All right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you are double entered in door car, or door car green cards, start heading to lanes 7 and 8. Double entry door car and door car green cards. Start making your way to lanes 7 and 8 for your first time trial of the day. Guys have had plenty of time to get that coffee in you. Get some breakfast in you. If not, just wait till after your time trial. Concessions is open, serving breakfast till about, I think they serve it till about 10:30 or 11:30, somewhere in there. So you can get something to eat or something to drink. Convenience store will also be open today if you need any refills on beverages, snacks, or your ice. But so all my no box double entry and no box green cards should be in lanes 10 and 11. You already got your final call. So all my double entry door car and door car green cards need to start heading lanes 7 and 8 for your first time trial of the day. It's time to wake up and get the party going. So, racers, if you didn't yesterday already and you need to yet today, make sure you have your Saturday class sticker visible on your car. Make sure that Saturday class sticker is visible on your car. And make sure you bring your blue or green run card with you to the lanes, because we want to make sure that you're making your right runs. So make sure the proper day class sticker is on your car, visible from all the way from staging to tower. And keep your green or blue run card, because you'll need that back in staging. So if you guys haven't filled out the W9 and you need to, come see me up here in the tower. My room behind me, I've got a clipboard for blank ones that I'll help you get filled out and ready to go. So we will be broadcasting on 88.7 FM. I want to say good morning to those on dragracer.tv. I think Lauren said we're up and running there. Yep. We're going to have a fun-filled day at the 20K House of Speed Shootout. So thank you guys for watching and hanging out with us today from your home. We wish you were here, but we know it happens. And we'll be getting started here shortly with our time trials. just a little morning information for you guys. I know it says 8 o'clock and you're like, it's 8:05. What the heck, Sarah? Well, we had a wildlife situation we had to scare away from the racing surface. No one wants to get sprayed with that first thing in the morning because I don't think there's enough tomato juice around on the property to make you feel better. So we just had to deal with that. It looks like Devon's getting ready to spray the track down. But that's the reason for this morning's sleigh. But we are soon to firing up for these first time trials of the day. So it's not as bad as yesterday, so that's good.
Yeah, that's always good.
And so all my no box double entry and green cards, you guys are already back in the lanes. Second call, another call for our double entry door car or door car green cards to lanes 7 and 8 for your first time trial of the day. So, and if you got time yet and you need some breakfast, concession stand is open serving breakfast. Check it out. They got some good food up there for breakfast. The biscuits and gravy are very delicious. And also the convenience store is open if you guys need ice, refill on drinks or snacks throughout the day. Here at Highland Motorsports Park, we feel like we got you covered for pretty much any of your race day needs. And also, if you are running low on fuel or will need fuel throughout the weekend, we do have our Sunoco fuel pumps with fuel available. So, no excuse to not make the runs.
I'm just curious why you sprayed it.
All right. Attention in the pits. Last and final call for double entered door cars and my door car green cards. Last and final call. Remember, racers, you got to have your Saturday class sticker or stickers on your car visible for our staging lanes back there up to the tower here. And don't forget to keep that blue or green run card with you in your car because they are checking that too. So, but last and final call for double entry door car and green card cars to lanes 7 and 8. We're going to have to come up with an easier way to say that. But Warren and I will work on it up here. The last and final call. Lindsay Piper gonna start us off the time trials in the left lane. And I will make sure 5211 I get your info in the computer after this time trial class. .756.94 miles an hour for Lindsay Piper and a 736.91 for the right lane. Bill Jenkins now in the left lane and 02 Cavalier, and Jeff Rates from Peyton, Colorado in the 67 Mustang. .43 on the tree for Bill, a 12 on the tree for Jeff. 617.109 for Jenkins and a 635.108 for Jeff for their first time trials. Good to get these time trials in. Jared Stedman now in the 73 Camaro in the left lane, and Dalton Blow in the 69 Nova in the right lane. Good to get these red lights out of the way now for most of these guys. 002 on the reaction time for Stedman runs it out to a 6:30 with a 4:109. Dalton takes his red light out of the way to this morning.
It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team. The all-new Traverse is on sale now at Bob McCosh. With this SUV, everybody can ride. The new Traverse is big, bold, and beautiful. And with 310 horsepower, you and your crew will be first on race day. So make a pit stop by Bob McCosh today and take a ride. Chevrolet makes the SUV. Bob McCosh makes the difference. The all-new Chevy Blazer is back at Bob McCosh. This SUV is a unique mix of style, elegance, and performance, pushing over 300 horsepower. This new Blazer puts the sport back in sport utility. So find new roads to Columbia, Missouri. Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference. Stop by Bob McCosh today and see how Chevrolet took the best truck on the road and made it even better. The 2019 Silverado is stronger, bigger, and more advanced than ever. If you're racing or just riding, this Silverado will not let you down. With 420 horsepower, see your savings at BobMcCosh.com. Chevy makes the truck. Bob McCosh makes the difference. It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
everything taken care of up on the top end. Now it's time to give a couple more racers an opportunity to print a time ticket, see where they're at this morning. Left side, Joe LeBlanc from Westmoreland, Kansas. Right side, Chase Nelson, Paxico, Kansas. Left side, LeBlanc 685 at 100 miles an hour. And Chase Nelson 632 at 108. Next up, little Nova on the left side. No information in the computer just yet. Right side, that's Justin Jenkins and his Cobalt. The Oquito, Texas runner. And they'll finish their time pass. Jenkins got there first, 6:20, 6:20 with a 0 at 110. Left side, the little white Nova with a 7:43, speed of 96. Trevor Rouge and Tim Nicholson come up next. Rouge out of Topeka, Kansas. Nicholson from Concordia. Nicholson, a master with the clutch car. See, his little Nova will leap off the starting line. Big time wheels up start there for Trevor Rouge. Yanks him out of the beams and turns it red. 6:24 at 109 left side for Trevor. Tim Nicholson with a 6:37 at 105 miles per hour. So door cars, double entries, and green door cars to the lanes, please. Double entries and green door cars to the lanes to 4 and 5. Tim Dacus left side, 662 at 102. Right side, Mike Town, the former U.S. Nationals champion, part of the Two Barrel Brothers, 673 at 99 miles per hour. Rob June and Wyatt Wagner come up. And Wagner, with Dad Scott out here for Wagner's Classic Cars, one of our sponsors this weekend for the live streaming from dragracer.tv. If you like that gorgeous green car over on the right-hand side, it is for sale. Stop by their pit area and see if you can make a deal. They'd be happy to put it in your trailer and send it home with you. That thing runs as good as it looks. And to me, it looks great. Top end Wagner with a 626 at 108. Rob June left side 594 at 113. Wagner's Classic Cars with a showroom full of classic, pristine hot rods for street or strip. Stop by their showroom in Botter Springs, Kansas, and see everything that they've got to offer, or check them out online at wagnersclassiccars.com. Camback Wagon comes up now on the left-hand side of the track alongside Josh Peterson from Abilene, Kansas in the 68 Camaro. .609 left side for the Vega Wagon. Josh Peterson's Camaro 663 at 102. Sarah returns from her multitasking mission. She'll tell you a little bit more about the next pair.
Thank you, Warren. You guys know Warren's he's my lifesaver this weekend. I'm got a couple of other things I'm doing, and so he just jumps right in for me, and I really appreciate that. because then you guys can continue to know what's going on. Like Warren said, all double entry and green card dragsters need to be heading to lanes 4 and 5. Double entry and green card dragsters need to be heading to lanes 4 and 5. Looks like at the top end someone just needs a little toe getting off. So a quick little hookup by safety over there, and we'll get back to going on these time trials. We are going to do buybacks today. Buybacks will be for first round non-winners. First round non-winners, make sure you come up to the tower so you can buy back in, because that's where we'll be doing them. Alright, he got his toe, he's off track. We're ready to send this next pair for their time trial. And that is going to be Colton Wheeler out of Wichita, Kansas, and his 86 Thunderbird in the left lane. Young Colton made some good rounds last night, or yesterday. And Daryl Goheen out of Hayes, Kansas, in the 94 Camaro Z28. I know we got some new people coming out for today, so welcome. The competition is tough. Doesn't matter what class you're in, it's tough. But that's what happens when there's a lot of money on the line. Colton hits a 17 on the tree, 583, 130 miles an hour. Daryl Goheen, a 43 on the tree, is 703, 95 miles an hour. Tyler Banks now in the left lane. And Michael Wilson in that sunflower yellow Malibu is in the right lane. Don't forget, racers, if you're at any point during the weekend, if you are in the money, and you do not have a 2021 W9 on file, make sure you come up and see me here in the tower. I'll make sure you get it filled out properly and add it to my stack so that checks and everything can be sent to you guys on hopefully Monday. Tyler Banks hits the first bag of donuts this morning with a 547 135. Michael Wilson decides to get his red light out of the way with a 733 92 miles an hour. Jesse Hogue now in the Hoagie wagon. Broke his transmission again, I think, yesterday. That's like the 6th time, I think, this season. Poor Jesse not having the best of lucks with transmissions this season. So the Hogues decided to pull out the Hoagie wagon. He gets 90 on the tree, runs it out with a 705.96. Car number 5089, 007 on the tree, 583 125. And don't worry, y'all, I'm writing down all these numbers to let you know that let them know I need these information ASAP. And that's the end of time trials for No Box. Now we're on to our door cars. Jason Kimbrell and Phil Unruh will start us off. Greens for the pair. 622 with a 1 for Jason, 111. And a 622 with a 2, 139 for Phil. All right. Attention in the pits. Double entered dragsters and dragsters with green run cards. You guys need to come down to lanes 4 and 5. Double entered dragsters and any dragsters with green run cards. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. As Carl Jones and Terry Edwards get ready to take their first time trial pass this morning. Well, first and only time trial pass this morning. Close lights, 26 for Carl, and Terry did a 24 on the tree. 564, 138 run for Carl Jones, and Terry runs it out to a 611, 114. Mike McDonough out of Wichita in his Camaro in the air motive left lane. And Michael Vitmavis in that 67 Pontiac GTO. Does a little hop at the beginning, 16 on the reaction time. 646, 105 for Michael. Mike, a 579, 122. Scott Grubb out of Parkville, Missouri, 69 Camaro. And Ron Evans out of Hayesville, Kansas, and that 63 Corvette. Nice little wheels up action by Scott Grubb, checking out those partially cloudy sky. 585, 118 to a 582, 132. All right. Attention the pits. Final call, double entered dragsters. Final call, double entered dragsters and dragster green cards, lanes 4 and 5. And please, make sure you guys have your proper sticker and your blue or green run card. We understand if you're double entered, you probably have a blue one, but as long as you let them know back in my lanes that you're double entered, that's cool. But make sure you guys have those red or not red, green or blue. I did that yesterday too. Green or blue run cards. Shane Herman down the left lane in the 68 Chevelle. And Chris Cheney in the right lane, 71 Nova. Reaction time for Shane and a 17 for Chris. Chris rolls through the finish line beams at a 628, 109. Shane a 551, 125. Will Crotty now in the right lane for his time trial pass. And I will get information on you, Mr. Left Lane. Welcome. If I don't have information on you guys yet, that means you came today. Just a heads up. Because they worked on getting all those other heck cards in last night. So the only ones they have to do are for today.
By the final round.
Yeah.
They were done.
So Gary Stinnett and Kurt Huffman now to the line. Kurt in that 55 Bel Air. Like the unique paint job on it. And Gary Stinnett in a 67 Chevy over there in the little air motive left lane. Long wheels up by Gary Stinnett, but he keeps it straight as it comes down. Runs a 559, 124. Kurt a 618, 112. And we keep moving on these time trials. And I've done final call for any double entered dragsters and green card dragsters. Greg Christensen now in the 73 Vega in the left lane, and Jerry Tilson in the 94 Lumina in the right lane. Jerry making the trip from Nebraska, and Craig from Colorado. Greg gets his red light out of the way this morning in this time trial run, 5:8:78 117 to a 5:20 140. And looks like Jerry's gonna have to get his car looked at. So yeah, we're gonna. Looks like Jerry lost. Looks like he lost a piece of his car. So he's gonna get a little cleaned up down there.
I didn't see it. Did you?
So get something to eat, something to drink. All double inner dragsters and green card dragsters should be in lanes 4 and 5. right, we're ready to get back to time trial action. Rick Huffman in the 7. Ooh. That's not a. Oh, Chevette.
It's not a Corvette.
I thought it said Corvette. And Frank Duran in the 62 Impala. Rick a 642-103 and a Frank a 621-111 for those two. As our next pair gets ready in this door car time trial action. Steven Johnson in the Aeromotive left lane out of Sapulpa, Oklahoma, and Jason Rollins out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska.
So you're an Oklahoma girl originally?
No, I was born in South Dakota, raised in Kansas.
Oh.
But I have a thick
But
South.
that's his. That's your dad.
Steve Johnson, 13 on the tree, 501, 141 miles an hour. Jason Rollins, 21 on the tree with a 621, 111. As we've got Daryl Gear and Paul Winkelbauer. Daryl from Excelsior Springs, Missouri, in that 64 Sport Fury. Yep, raising our goblets over here. Paul Winkelbauer, right here in Topeka, and that 88 Ranger. I like that you guys are coming and filling out these W9s, because those of you, if I've been butchering your last name, or I think I've been butchering your last name, I've been able to catch y'all and figure out how to actually say your name right. So I'm loving it. Daryl, 16 on the tree, 643, 107. Paul, 30 on the tree, 634, 106. That's Jamie Cordell in the 64 Chevy 2 in the left, and Glenn Dilday in the 70 Nova in the right. Just a reminder, all my double enter dragsters and dragster green cards, you guys should already be in lanes 4 and 5. You should already be in lanes 4 and 5. Glenn gets his red light out of the way. Jamie turns a green 14. Runs it out to a 638, 107. Glenn a 544, 127. And buybacks will be done up here in the tower. Just a reminder, buybacks will be done up here in the tower for first round non-winners. And make sure that Saturday class sticker or stickers are present. Need the Saturday ones present to run today. And keep that blue or green run card with you in your car. Stating much appreciate it. Robbie Gear in the Aeromotive left lane in the 02S10. And Alan Butler with the 92 Camaro in the right. 31 light for Alan, 32 green for Robbie. Robbie a 680, 101. Alan a 623, 111. As Paul Masick? Is that how we...
Yeah.
Masick, cool. Ha, got you, Paul. 67 Camaro in the left lane. Rachel Smith at 68 Camaro in the right lane. Warren's kind of like, why did I sign up to do this? I volunteered to hang out with this chick all weekend long. Oh, goodness. We're going to give each other grief all day. It's all good. Yep, it's what we do. We got to have fun, right, folks? You guys are having your fun. We get to have ours. 643, 105 for Paul, and Rachel is 607, 116. Jeff Duncan from Booty.
Yeah.
That's how you said it yesterday. I was reminding myself how you said it.
It's because it's supposed to be B-O-O-D.
Yeah, Booty. B-O-O-D-Y, Illinois. 69 Camaro, left lane. Jeremy Smith, Edmond, Oklahoma. 88 Camaro, right lane. .008 green for Jeff Duncan this morning. 571, 118. Jeremy 25 in the green with a 584, 119. All right. Attention in the pits. Last and final call. Double entered dragsters or green card dragsters. Lanes 4 and 5. No box blue. Come on down to lanes 7 and 8. No box blue. Come on down to lanes 7 and 8. And I'm gonna let Warren do some talking if he's all right with that.
Yep, I can do it.
All right. Cool beans.
Yeah, I think I got this figured out from yesterday. I'll give it my best. How's that?
That works.
James Shorn, Colin Cole. Shorn at the top end. 452 at 152. Colin Cole. 635 at 131. I think Colin was driving a dragster yesterday and now is in the Corvette Roadster. Roger Hopf, Madison, South Dakota, the Land Shark dragster, left side. That's the little shorty car. Ford Power behind the driver. Bruce Briscoe, right side from Pueblo, West Colorado. He's 007 on the tree, and Bruce Briscoe goes 530 at 128. Roger Hop, 481 at 143.98 miles per hour. Jerry McGraw and Brian Spillers pull up to make their time pass right now. Matt Clark, left side out of Kansas City, the M&M car. And Brian Spillers' dragster over here on the right from Mexico, Missouri. Again, these are time runs. When you get your call to the lanes, we need you to hustle up. Jerry McGraw with a 450 with a 0 at 153. Brian Spillers 559 at 123 miles per hour. Long burnout there for Randy Smith out of Riverside, Missouri. He backs up now. Matt Clark. So we had a little mix-up on the numbers. This is Matt Clark. I think. Randy Smith's blown car over here on the right. Charging for the top end. 4:33 at 162 for Randy Smith. Quickest car of the day so far. Matt Clark, 480 at 143 miles per hour. Two more getting set to pull in the water box right now. Left side of the track. That is Paul Brace and the little altered over there. 32 Bantam altered out of St. Mary's, Kansas. Right side, the long car, that is Kyler Hergemuller from Brighton, Colorado. The pipe fitter in the diamond chassis pipe rack over on the right.
Just so you know, we will do national anthem before first round of elimination.
Both are staged and ready. .541 left at 125 for Paul Brace's altered. Kyler Hergemuller, 462 at 149. Dan Pluta comes up now, left side of the track from Omaha, Nebraska. And Victoria Christensen, right side, Strasburg, Colorado. Shout out to my buddy Travis Colangelo, the head man at American Race Cars. I'll be seeing them next week for the Summit Summer Slam from Dragway 42 in Ohio. .483 left at 141 for Dan Pluta. Victoria Christensen, 485 at 141. Speaking of next weekend, right here at Heartland Motorsports Park, it's the double. The Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series invades Heartland Motorsports Park, the House of Speed, for two back-to-back NHRA Lucas Oil divisional races here, along with the NHRA Lucas Oil regional race for the alcohol cars. That'll be happening next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You can catch all the action on NHRA TV. Paul Moore and Nate Tilson. Kind of an odd occurrence. Paul Moore was staged and ready. Tilson was still moving in. Moore brought the RPMs up, and as soon as Tilson lit the bottom light, Moore let go and took off. So no time will be recorded over here on the right side. Left side, Nate Tilson with a 456 at 151. Matt Selden comes up next alongside Zach Umholtz. Selden left side. As I recall, he went a long way in eliminations yesterday in the Miller car. Right side, Zach Umholtz, the Yancer chassis machine. Very distinctive design with the fenders on the back tires. That's sort of a west of the Rockies thing. A lot of Yancer cars out on the West Coast. Umholtz moves a little bit to the right and then straightens it out and gets to the top end with a 489 at 140 miles an hour. Matt Selden 485 at 142 left side. Here's Trevor Larson, Glenwood, Minnesota. Matt Rose right side from Gretna, Nebraska. So for Larson Farms over on the left, this is one of the cars you would be seeing next week here at Heartland Park as part of the double divisional. As Trevor, a regular campaigner on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. We need no box blue to lane 7 and 8, please. No box blue to lane 7 and 8, please. Larson 473 at 149 left side. Matt Rose 471 at 147 right. Here's Don Freeze. Started yesterday with 2 race cars, ended up with 1. Well, 2 race cars, 1 running, 1 broke. Freeze out of Omaha alongside Todd Knight from Belton, Missouri. He calls it the Tin Soldier over here on the right. Once again, no box blue, lane 7 and 8, please. No box blue, lane 7 and 8. We need you. Todd Knight with a nice looking 472 at 145, 002 reaction time. Don Freeze lets go 4th out too early. Goes 508, 136 over on the Aeromotive side of the track. Carl Jones and Eric Nazarenas coming up now. Jones from Moulin, Kansas. Nazarenas from Westminster, Colorado. Nazarenas on the O'Reilly side. Carl Jones in the Aeromotive lane. Jones is 004 on the tree and 461 at 149. Eric Nazarenas 5 flat at 136. Yeah, you're not going to do that. It's all right. I can lean back. It'll be easier.
I know it sucks. Yeah, you can do it whenever you want. I just like to stand.
So here is car PX51. We've been admiring the P51 Mustang paint job on it for 2 days now, but he has elected not to turn in a tech card apparently. Robert McGraw right side, Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Maybe he was headed to the Combat Air Museum on the left and made a wrong turn, not sure. 452 at 153 for the P51. Robert McGraw 489 at 140 right side. And if you're within earshot, Tim Sokolinski, thanks for taking care of my camera situation this morning, Timmy. I appreciate it very much. You'll see Tim along the guard wall all weekend long, shooting pictures out here for you. Tim gave me a hand this morning helping out with getting my camera set up, so big thank you to Tim. Here's Brian Cook and Chris Whitfield coming up now. Chris out of Littleton, Colorado. Whitfield's got to be liking that 001 on the tree and a 476 at 144. Brian Cook 513 at 133. Here's car 397D. We had some new arrivals overnight, so we're still putting in tech cards. As soon as we get them, we'll get them in here and we'll tell you all about these drivers. Right side, this is Isaac Hill from Mount Vernon, Missouri. 2007 dragster. Had a little tough break last night in eliminations as the car failed him. But he's back at it again today. So Isaac Hill looks good on that pass. 491 at 139. Left side, car 397D with a 502 at 135. Hey, racers, no box blue, 7 and 8. This is your final call. No box blue. Final call to the lanes, lanes 7 and 8. First call for door car blue to lanes 4 and 5. Door car blue, we need you to lanes 4 and 5. Here's Scott Cook, lined up left side, the automotive side of the track from Festus, Missouri. And Larry Richardson over here on the right, looking up at the O'Reilly Auto Parts scoreboard. At the finish line stripe, virtually identical, 486 left for Scott Cook at 141. Larry Richardson, 485 at 142. Here's another one that we need to put in for tech information. 4110 left side. Alongside Steph Fuller, Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Steph sits up just a little bit taller in her dragster over here on the right. Again, these are time runs. Door car blue category to lanes 4 and 5. Door car blue category to lanes 4 and 5. So left side, car 4110 goes 474 at 145.23 miles an hour. Steph Fuller right side, 486 with a 2 at 141. It's Lauren Dodd coming up now. Dodd out of Wichita, and Bob Fuller over here on the right. The Odyssey Batteries machine out of Rogers, Arkansas. Bob and Tony were sharing this car yesterday.
My Warren notes.
Fuller's red by 001, 486 at 143. Lauren Dodd left side, 483 at 143 miles per hour. Door cars, blue category door cars to lanes 4 and 5. Blue category door cars to the lanes Lanes 4 and 5, Rick Huffman pulls up left side out of Waxahachie, Texas for Accelerated Graphics and Lucas Oil. Lucas Oil has a great contingency program. If you have not signed up, you need to go see Rick, as they pay cash money for contingency. All you got to do is buy their product, put the sticker on the car. That's it. And they will pay you cash money in the winner's circle. Rick Huffman, 452 at 153. Bo Sanders, 481 at 144. Jeremy Smith now backs up from his burnout left side. We saw him earlier in the door car. Here he is in the dragster for Amarine Racing out of Edmond, Oklahoma. Stinnett Power, undercover car, alongside Toby Chafin's big block Chevy machine out of Clearwater, Kansas. Blue category door cars, 4 and 5. Left side, Jeremy Smith, 470 with a 5 at 147. Right side, Toby Chafin, 460 at 149.93 miles per hour. Robbie Gear now, left side for backlot cars. Big time burnout there for Robbie. He'll hustle back. Right side, car 530C. Not sure if this car was here yesterday or not, but I can tell you that it's not in the computer.
Yeah. So, but he needs to, should I go get a handful of parts for him? Another one.
Top end left side gets there first. Robbie Gear with a 449 at 153. Right side, the multi-hued blue car, 502 at 136. Here's Daryl Goheen as we roll back into our no box category. Alongside the yellow Camaro over here, first gen Camaro on the right, car 525. These are no box. Blue category door cars, 4 and 5. We need you. This is your final call. Final call for blue category door cars to 4 and 5. Final call. Blue category door cars to 4 and 5. Daryl Goheen from Hayes, Kansas. Off and running in his 94 Camaro. Daryl 707, 94 miles an hour. He's 001 on the tree. That's pretty good. The 68 on the right, 005 red, 719 at 96. Brian Worrell from Junction City, Kansas. The 74 Vega left side. And here's Nick Siebert from Wamego, Kansas, the 64 Buick Skylark. Vega's there first, 610 at 112. Siebert's Buick, 683 at 99. Steve Hare and Sid Baldwin come up next. Hare, the Ford Ranger from Topeka. Some people love to race the trucks. Right side, Sid Baldwin. In his factory hot rod, the 2017 Camaro. 6:57 at 101 for Sid Baldwin. Steve Harrell with a 7:41 at 92. Two more coming at you right now. Michael Wilson, that is the yellow Malibu. Left side out of Wamego, Kansas. And Brad Hogue over here on the right side from Garnett, Kansas, the 87 third gen Camaro. Hogue with a 689 at 101. Wilson 735 at 92. Sarah's tired of listening to me. She says, I'm tired of listening to you. I want the microphone back.
I'm not.
And it is her house. It's kind of like being at home. It's Linda's house, too. I'm just a guest. Fred Kaufman and Jeremy McGee.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kaufman, 738 at 92. Hey, buddy, the whole world's going to know what you want to do for a living here in just a second. Jeremy McGee, his S10 with a 698 at 98 miles per hour. Does that mean he's not an employee and wants to be, or he is an employee and he's a wannabe?
He wants to be an employee. He wishes.
He wants to be an employee. He wishes to be an employee.
At Heartland Motorsports Park.
Well, I'd say a good long conversation with Travis Hilton and you'll get cured of that. The Vega Wagon comes back up for a 591 at 115. David Wesley 698 at 99. And yes, she said she wants it, so here it is.
Thanks, Warren. I don't know. I'm not trying to be too much of a thorn in his side. I gotta kind of sneak in here when I can.
It's your tower.
Yeah, that's true. That's all I got. Justin Jenkins and Wyatt Wagner. Wyatt, a 004 on the tree, runs it out to a 627 108. Justin Jenkins, a 620 108. And a 19 on the tree. As Mark Hogue now in the 67 Nova in the left lane. And Mr. 598X here in the right lane. Don't worry, y'all. Travis has been typing away, putting all the new tech cards and anything that was missing from yesterday in the system for us today. Mark Haw goes ahead and gets his red light out of the way. 625 110. In the right lane, a 609 112. All right. Attention in the pits. All door car blue cards. You got your final call for 4 and 5 from Warren just a couple minutes ago. So all door car blue cards. You guys should be in lanes 4 and 5. Make sure you guys got that Saturday sticker out and on your car and present. And also when you have the green and blue run card, you gotta bring it with you. Bring your run card with you. Staging will be checking that. Ryan Montford and Steve Hughes. Ryan does a 612 112. And Steve a 680 99. Michael Follier now out of Emmett, Kansas. Bobby. And his Barracuda and Colton Wheeler in the right lane. Up next, Colby Simmer and P518. You're new today. Going down the track, both get their red lights out of the way. 634 106 to 719 194 miles an hour. Rob June and Chase Nelson make some good passes this morning. And we've got Ricky Atkins from Wichita in the Nova in the right lane. And number 387D. I'll get here. That's Jeff Duncan, says Warren. And Duncan goes at 578 117. Ricky 008 reaction time 641 107.
Well, I say that's Jeff. That might be, because there's Jeff. It might be his daughter Casey.
Or it might be daughter Casey. But don't worry, we will get you in here.
That's right. One way or another.
Has Troy Ross and Tim Dacus get ready to take their runs. Troy in the right or left lane, Tim in the right lane. It's a beautiful day. The clouds are staying away. We can see some down at the top end, but other than that, right over here at the tower, it's gorgeous. The sun is shining. Troy, 10 on the tree, 635, 107. Tim, I think you blinked a couple times, and then runs at 666, 101. That's George Mayer now out of Brainerd in his Malibu in the left lane. And Chris from Claremore, Oklahoma in the Nova in the right lane.
What?
Chris gets his green or red light out of the way. 630 109 to a 577 118. The data is being collected, folks. Will Crotty now in his little 75 Monza in the left lane, and Mike Hinch in his 04 Mustang out of Harrisburg, South Dakota. 005 reaction time for Mike, 38 for Will. Will and that Monza being double entered, he went some rounds too. Whew, y'all went some rounds yesterday. Holy moly, what a great day that was. And today's going to be even better. 570 122 for Will and a 539 131. I just forgot his name. From my right lane. Brain fart. I'm getting old. Tim Nicholson out of Concordia in the 67 Camaro in the right lane. And Terry Robinson in the Nova in the left. 26 on the tree for both drivers in this time trial. 567 122 for Terry and a 610 111 for Tim. Cassidy Gidson now out of Wichita in the truck in the left lane, and Ricky Hill out of Gretna in the Camaro in the right lane. for both. Green lights. 622.109 for Ricky Hill. Cassidy Gibson a 668.103. All right. Attention in the pits. Dragster blue cards. Come on down to 10 and 11. Dragster blue cards. Come on down to 10 and 11 for your time trial. As door car blue keeps on going on through. Nick Bestgen out of Osborne, Missouri in the Nova in the right lane. And Keith, you say Coon? Coon from Minden, Nebraska in the left lane. 009 on the tree for Nick, 23 for Keith. Keith runs it at the top end, 563.123. Nick, a 556, 123 miles an hour. Ron Evans, no relation to Warren Evans, is in the 63 Corvette in the right lane. And Jason Kimbrell in the Malibu in the left lane. And Jason Kimbrell is going to get a 625.111. Ron Evans left before the tree. Wes Cottrell now in the Corvette out of Perry, Kansas in the left lane. And it looks like the Batmobile in the right. So the Batman Firebird. The Batbird? in the right lane. Don't worry, Firebird Bat. We'll get your info. 003 reaction time runs a 6 flat. 115 for that right lane. Wes Cottrell gets his red light way out of the way for an 885, 67 miles an hour. Scott Grubb and Phil Unruh got the Camaro in the left lane. Watch how his wheels go up when he takes off. Must have taken a little power out of the car. 587, 116 to the left. 623, 141 in the right. All right. Attention in the pits. Dragster blue cards. Second called 10 and 11. Dragster blue cards to lanes 10 and 11. As Cody Michael and Joe Peterson. Joe gets his red light out of the way, running it out to a 615, 112. Cody Michael, 606, 113. Go in the corner and die. Oh. Man, that's a huge moth. I think I injured it though. Matt Kizzer out of Chase, Kansas, 68 Camaro in the right lane. Mike McDonough in the left with his 69 Camaro. Both turn it red to get them out of the way. 577, 127 for Mike McDonough. And Matt Kizzer, a 552, 124. Matt Driscoll in the right lane with his Ghost Rider, I believe is what we decided that says.
Yep, that's correct.
the Ghost Rider S10 pickup, and Michael Vitmavas in the 67 GTO. Nice. Long wheels up for Matt Driscoll at the start. Brings it down straight. 005 on his light. 618 109. Michael Vitmavas. 648 104 with a 37 on the tree. As Paul Winklebauer outspeaking the 88 Ranger comes up in the left. And Shane Herman in the 68 Chevelle in the right. Shane Herman cuts a good light this morning, 005. I think you guys had your espresso this morning. I'm loving it. It's either really good reaction time or you guys get the red lights out of the way, so works for me. 553 123 for Shane. Paul, a 637 106. As Russ Ricky out of Lincoln, Kansas. In the 69 Camaro in the right lane. And I think I've got Camaro in the left as well. 14 green on the left lane, 519 130. Russ gets his red light out of the way, 477 146. Chris Livingood in the Vega in the Airmotive left lane, and Reno Heppel from Black Forest, Colorado in the right lane. Bless you.
I've been building for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, I hate it when that happens.
Me too.
A sneeze that builds up, or just allergies in general too. But luckily, when I'm in the tower, I can. All right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, Dragster Blue Cards. Final call, Dragster Blue Cards to lanes 10 and 11. Final call, Dragster Blue Cards to lanes 10 and 11. Ooh, good pair for those last two this morning. 009 reaction time for Chris, 666 108. Reno, a 004 with a 606 115. So we've got Gene Livingood in the Chevelle in the left lane. And figure out who you are. I mean that with love.
I can tell.
I really do. And in the right lane, 678, 100 miles an hour. Gene Livingood in the left lane, 757, 90 miles an hour. And Greg Christensen now pulling up in the Vega in the right. Jaron Miller, who made it to the quarterfinals last night, in the left. Yes, I have last night's ladder with me today. Because boy, you guys were here. Those of you that were here yesterday, you guys know how many rounds y'all went. And it was a lot. 533 130 for Jaron Miller. Greg, a 579 118. And I know you all have heard last night's champion was Mr. Todd Piper. But it's today, whole new race, whole new outcomes. You never know what you're gonna get. Logan Diggs in the left lane and Tyler Banks in the right lane. They saw green on the trees and they run it out. Tyler a 5:46 135. Logan Diggs a 6:18 110. Fun fact about Tyler Banks: he won the no box race yesterday. So got an extra grand in his pocket. Daryl Gear from Excelsior Springs, Sport Fury left lane, and James Kunkel, number 9 in the world in that 93 Lumina, in the right lane. Kunkel has a 008 light, 537 127. Daryl 643 107. Bo the Toolman Sanders back up in his 84 S10, and Glenn Dilday, Nebraska and Missouri represented on the start line. Bo cuts a 004 light and follows it through with a 631 107. Glenn 39 in the green, 545 127. Gary Stinnett out of Stinnett Performance, the Camaro in the left lane, and Frank Duran and the Impala in the right lane. As we keep moving these time trials along, all dragster blue cards, you should all be in 10-11. I gave you your final call a little bit ago. So all dragster blue cards should be in lanes 10 and 11. Don't forget, if you have a hard time hearing the PA because of where you're pitted or if it's just loud where you are, tune your radio station to 88.7 FM. And you can hear me and Warren talk to you on that as well. And you can know what's going on throughout the day. As Jerry Pysick, Jerry made it to semis last night in his Camaro, and Chris Edson, Mineral Wells, Texas, in the Corvette. Literally, it's not an understatement when I say y'all made some rounds yesterday, because literally all y'all made a lot of rounds yesterday. Because I feel like I just kept seeing you over and over and over again, which is great. I'm not complaining. It was great racing all day long, and I'm expecting nothing but that again today, and I'm not getting disappointed just in time trials. So, but yeah, y'all made a lot of good rounds yesterday. Steve Livingood in the Huckus Puckus Malibu in the left lane, and Dustin Shore in the Nova wagon in the right lane. Both go wheels up, and it comes down, they stay straight. 604 112 for Dustin, and Steve a 627 108. Wayne Cook now getting a time trial run in the 68 Camaro left lane. We'll have our dragster blue cards for their time trials coming up after these two that are on the start line and in the water box. And then we'll get ready for round 1 of eliminations. Wayne Cook all the way to the top end, 529 131 miles an hour. And Larry Zieber now in the 79 Pinto. there, getting those tires warmed up. Do you think, Warren, when they made the Pinto, they're like, this is going to be a great drag car someday?
No. I
No?
do not. I don't think anybody thought that was going to happen.
Kind of fun that it did. So Larry Zieber will take his pass. And I'm going to look over here at Warren, and if he doesn't mind, he'll do dragsters for me so I can get ready for round 1 of eliminations.
Sure, no problem.
And he says he doesn't mind. So awesome. So for our dragster blue cards, I'm going to be getting ready for the eliminations, and Warren will tell you all about their runs. And it's still on trial of the morning group.
So our final group of time trialers here before we go into round 1 of eliminations. And we'll start out with Mark Moore, Hutchinson, Kansas, and Colin Cole. We saw Colin earlier today in the Roadster, the Corvette Roadster. Now here he is in the Dragster. Mark Moore for Mel Hamilton Ford. And at the top end, Mark Moore left side, 5'11" at 134. Colin Cole, 472 at 145 miles per hour. Tiffany Mack from Grand Island, Nebraska, the Neelan Parks car. We saw Tiffany yesterday, didn't have a lot of information on her entry. Brian Spillers over here on the right from Mexico, Missouri. Tiffany is staged and ready. Brian rolls in now. Spillers is 008 on the let go. And Spillers with 560 at 123. Tiffany Mack left side, 527 at 129 miles per hour. 2 more to give it a try. Nate Tilson left side from Kansas City. Right side, Steve Beanie from Wichita. Again, this is our final group for time trial session here. Then we'll go into eliminations round number 1, so be ready for your call. Both of them are 22 up front. Nate Tilson, 457 at 151. Steve Beanie, 498 at 138 miles per hour. Ken Griffiths, left side from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, and Kyler Hergemuller, Brighton, Colorado. Hergemuller on the right side, the O'Reilly lane. Griffiths in the Aeromotive lane on the left. Hergemuller better on the tree, 463 at the finish line at 149 for Hergemuller. Ken Griffiths, 463 at 149 miles an hour. Quick burnout and backup for Eric Nazarenas. Westminster, Colorado, that's the left side of the track. Aeromotive side. Right side, Victoria Christensen from Strasburg, Colorado. Victoria seems to like the right-hand side. Attention in the pit area. Well, I'll tell you here in just a second. Top end 5 flat at 137 for Eric. Victoria 485 at 141. All right, we're back. Isaac Hill, he's back. Dalton Olson, he's back. Isaac left side, Mount Vernon, Missouri. Dalton Olson, Hartwell, Nebraska. Top end, Olson gets there first, 462 at 149 right side. Isaac Hill left side, 491 at 140. Here's Todd Knight coming up now. And Tim Hallberg. Todd Knight, trip zip up front, 474 at 145. Tim Hallberg right side, 480 at 142. Attention in the pit area. This is a class call for your first round of eliminations. We need no box, double entries, and green. No box, double entry, and green to lanes 1 and 2. So once again, we need you to the lanes, no box, double entry, and green to the lanes 1 and 2. 453 left at 153 for the P51 car. John Gilman, 507 at 140. Again, your class call for round 1 of eliminations. No box, green category, and double entries to lanes 1 and 2. No box, green, and double entries to lanes 1 and 2.
I wouldn't leave you hanging like that, all right?
I know. I knew you wouldn't leave me. Dusty Meyer left, 502 at 137. Kendall Umholtz right, 454 at 151. Mike Nemitz and Jerry McGraw coming up now. Nemitz left side, Waverly, Nebraska. Mullis built car. Jerry McGraw.
Starting to sound like me.
Yeah.
Only one of us gets tongue.
From Nebraska.
I guess today's yours. Your day.
Today is my day.
Mine was yesterday.
Sarah's was yesterday.
Darn. No excuses.
Well, you know the saying, B double O, take double O. Both of them were B double O up front. 009 left, 003 right. Jerry McGraw right side, 003 and a 452 at 154. Mike Nemitz, 009, 473 at 146. This whole talking thing is just beyond me. Tyler Selden and Brock Hill. Selden and Hill coming up now. Selden aeromotive side, Hill in the O'Reilly lane. Hill from Oretna, Nebraska, 17 years old. Tyler Selden, the old man at 27, from Bennington, Nebraska. Tyler Selden got the 00 memo as he's 006 on the tree, 505 at 136. Brock Hill trying his best, 016 up front, 493 at 139. Scott Cook from Festus, Missouri, lines up left side, the aeromotive lane. Kendra Larson over here on the right. Trevor and Kendra's machine out of Glenwood, Minnesota. No box, green category, and double entries. We need you to lanes 1 and 2, please, for round number 1 of eliminations. Once again, no box, double entries, and green category cars to the lanes 1 and 2. Nice pass for Kendra. She goes 466 at 151. Scott Cook 485 at 141. Car 397D. See him reach up there, get himself kind of refitted in the seat there, drops back down, looks up at the tree. If he looks to his right, he'll see Tony Fuller over on the right-hand side. Fuller out of Little Flock, Arkansas. And my apologies to all the Little Flockers because I did not think that was a real town, but I have been since corrected. Double O. 006 left for car 397D and a 502 at 136. Tony Fuller 004 and a 498 at 140. Brian Cook, Danielle Miller coming up now. We saw Danielle go a long way yesterday. Brian Cook left side, Arnold, Missouri. Miller built car. Danielle right side from Topeka. The Miller Performance Machine built power behind Danielle. The silver car over here in the right-hand lane for Danielle. Once again, we need no box. Green category, double entries to the lanes. Danielle on the 00 train as she's 007 and a 488.4 at 141. Brian Cook, 514 at 133.79 miles per hour. Roger Clark from Excelsior Springs, the M&M dragster, pairs up alongside Zach Umholtz. Umholtz out of Mulvane, Kansas. The Fender dragster over here on the right. Umholtz is 002 red, but shuts it off to a 489 at 140. Roger Clark, 462 at 149. Ron Cornish from Lee's Summit, Missouri, a project manager by trade. His M&M car, alongside Matt Clark's M&M dragster out of Kansas City. Well, they're not 00, but they're teen lights left and right. Ron Cornish, 476 at 144. Matt Clark, right side, 480, also 144 miles per hour. Toby Chafin backs up his Miller car and now aims it forward. That's the orange machine on the left. Chris Whitfield on the right. The undercover car, suspended chassis machine for Go Fast Energy out of Littleton, Colorado. No box, green, and double entries to the lanes. Chafin goes 00 and then goes 460 at 149. Chris Whitfield, 468, also 149 miles per hour. Austin McClure from Topeka. I believe Austin got down to 6 cars last night. I know he went a long ways as they are still learning that new combination. Oakley Motorsports built power. Kaylee Umholtz on the right from Mulvane, Kansas. The American car. Austin McClure, 471, 145 for the speed. Kaylee Umholtz, 479 at 143. Car 4110 over there on the left-hand side comes back up for another time pass. Right side, Jeremy Lurkey. Carry alongside Jeremy at the controls out of Omaha, Nebraska. For Larice Motorsports Insurance, and let me tell you about my good friends from Larice Motorsports Insurance. Holden and Ross and the entire gang down there at Larice can provide end-to-end coverage for your entire racing operation. Everything from your race cars, your motor home, your toter, your trailers, anything and everything, anytime it's on the road or at home, including on-track coverage. Get peace of mind for the sport you love by getting coverage today from Jeremy Lurkey and Larice Motorsports Insurance. They can provide you with an on-site quote and get you fixed right up. Larice Motorsports Insurance, one of the sponsors helping out with free live streaming from dragracer.tv. 596 at 131 for Jeremy, not the run I don't think that they're looking for. 473 at 145 left side. Jared Lobner, Austin Sharp. Coming up now, Lobner out of Gardner, Kansas. Mullis built car, left side. Austin Sharp, right side. Cameron built dragster. Gary Stennett built power for the runner out of Fort Calhoun, Nebraska. final call. No box, green, and double entries. Final call. No box, green, and double entries. Lobner's 007 green and 477 at 144. Austin Sharp 472 at 147 miles per hour. Ryan Curran and Larry Piper make their way back now behind the pre-stage beam. They'll get set. Curran from McPherson, Kansas. Miller car. Right side, Larry Piper, the dragster. Both of them with those 632 Chevrolet power plants. Piper and Curran hustling down track right now. Their final practice shot of the day, and it's going to be 478 at 144 for Ryan Curran left side. Larry Piper 459 at 150 right. Steve Fuller and Larry Richardson wait in the water box right now. Fuller comes out of the water box now. Rogers, Arkansas, the home for the undercover car with Madcap power. Larry Richardson right. He does a somewhat shorter burnout. Richardson out of Alamosa, Colorado. O'Reilly side of the track. Not very far from going into elimination round 1. We will be playing the national anthem before we start, and then we'll go into round number 1 where there are no box cars, and you have been called, your final call already given for the green category and double entry cars. To the top end they go. Richardson's 002 red. Then 482 at 142. Steve Fuller, left side, 506 at 135.
Huh?
Did I do something that you were giving?
Oh, no, it was like you were done. I would have. You started to burn out and kind of stopped.
Oh, yeah. That's a habit thing.
No, I've learned to start doing it too. Going, oh, you can't really hear me over burnouts, can you?
There's no point. Yeah.
I've got all the ones you've written down so far.
Okay.
Dragsters, I haven't
Yeah.
picked yet, but I've got them all pulled out, so they'll.
Do you have a card for PS 51?
Carson Wheeler.
Okay. That'd be.
And did they, yesterday was 4-1 on Joe
I think they did bring both.
Tom Williams left, 443 at 155. Todd Piper right, 469 at 146. And your winner last night, Todd Piper, gets himself geared up to see if he can pick up another one of those big old Happy Gilmore checks today. Kyle Seacrest, Norman, Oklahoma left. Troy Ross, Manhattan, Kansas right. A white dragster left, although it looks black to me. And Troy Ross with a Mullis car. I know. It was built by white, not painted white. Jeez, people.
Yeah, just carrying the water and the one lake pump.
Another 00 white. This time Kyle Seacrest does the deed. 468 at 146. Troy Ross 487 at 140 miles per hour. John Lobner, DeSoto, Kansas, left side. The Mullis car, right side. We've seen this car. I don't remember the name.
Did I write it down?
And then I believe we have maybe one more sitting under the tower. Right side, 530 at 128. Left side, 472 at 146. We're definitely down to the end of our cars. One more car waits under the tower here. And as soon as that is complete, we will be ready for a little bit of track prep. Do our abbreviated opening ceremonies and go right into round one with no box, green, and double entries to start things out here as we battle it out for a $20,000 top prize here today on Saturday of the House of Speed Shootout at Heartland Motorsports Park.
They just got his type card, so it'll be
So a late comer here going to get a time hit before we go into eliminations. Rear Morrison powered dragster over here on the right. O'Reilly Auto Parts lane.
Hey, JR.
Copy that.
So there goes the dragster. 002 on the hit, 499 at 139 at the finish line. So all of our practice runs are in the books. Next time you see these folks, they'll be racing for real with round number one coming up. And again, we'll start out with the no box category. Green and double entry will be first out. Little track prep coming up. You see the traction compound going down right now as Devon taking the four-wheeler down through there and laying down a good coat of the sticky stuff. And then a little bit more brief prep. We're getting paired and ready in the back. So hang on for our abbreviated opening ceremonies before we go into round number one of 20K Saturday here at Heartland Motorsports Park.
Once again, a huge thank you to Warren Evans this weekend. Not only is he live streaming on dragracer.tv for our event this weekend, but as you can tell, he's helping fill in for me when I either need a break or do something else. All right. Attention in the pits. Door, car, double entry, and green cards. Door, car, double entry, and green cards. You guys need to start heading to the staging lanes 7 and 8 for your round one of eliminations. Door, car, and double entry, and green cards. Start making your way to 7 and 8 for your round one of elimination. Double entry and green cards in the door car category. Start making your way to 7 and 8, please. And we'll be starting opening ceremonies here just momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, racers of all ages, please arise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. Alright, light up those engines. Let's go racing. Round 1 of eliminations coming at us with the no box, double entry, and green card cars. Yes, it's a mouthful. And a reminder, if you do not win first round in your class, either blue or green, box, no box, dragster, you can come up to the tower and buy back in to continue going for that $20,000 grand prize.
What would you do with $20,000?
What would I do with $20,000? I really honestly don't know. Buy a little POS and make it into a race car.
Well, that's a colossal waste of money.
Right?
Go right ahead. Do that.
Starting us off in this no box round one, no box round 1 of eliminations in the O'Reilly right lane, dialed in at a 612, Mr. Tyler Wadorshik out of Waukerusa, Kansas, in the 75 Vega wagon. Going up against in the left lane, Mr. Dalton Blow out of Onega, Kansas, in the 69 Nova, dialed in at a 788. Lights are on. Greens for the pair. Away they go. And it's going to be Tyler Wadorshik running dead on with a 7 at 101 miles an hour. Dalton runs a 791.89 miles an hour. But don't worry, buybacks will be done up here in the tower for first round non-winners in all classes. First round non-winners, all classes. Buybacks done up here in the tower. Michael Wilson, dialed in at a 734 in the 79 Sunflower Yellow Malibu. Mike Town, dialed in at a 675 in the 84 Buick in the right lane. All right. Attention the pits. Second call. Door cars, double entry and green cars. Second call, door cars, double entry and green cars. You guys need to be into lane 7 and 8. As both of them didn't cut the light they probably wanted. And a double breakout, Michael Wilson will be going on to the next round with a 732.89 miles an hour. But Mike Town, you can come and buy back in up here in my tower with a 672.99 miles an hour. Daryl Goheen now, dialed in at a 706 in that Aeromotive left lane in his 94 Camaro Z28. Going up against Josh Peterson out of Abilene, Kansas, dialed in at a 665 in his 68 Camaro. destruction up here in the tower, but as we keep rolling on through, Brian Doherty takes the red light, so Mark Hogue gets the automatic win. Goes to the top end with a 627, 110. Brian, don't worry, you can buy back in. Jared Stedman down at 73 Camaro, dialed in at a 630 in the aeromotive left lane, and Wyatt Wagner dialed in at a 628 in his 66 Chevelle in the right lane. Greens for the pair as they go down to the top end, and it's gonna be Jared Stedman moving on with a 634 109 to a 633 107. All right. Attention in the pits. Door car double entry and green cards. Final call to lanes 7 and 8. Final call. Door car double entry and green cards to lanes 7 and 8 as we keep rolling through. Fred Kaufman breaks out at the top and giving the win over to the right-hand lane with a 620 111. But Fred, I know you're going to come and buy back in up here in the tower. Now Justin Jenkins and Jeff Rates. That's how I was trying to remember how I pronounced your last name yesterday, Jeff. So just quick second there. 638 for your dial-in over there in the right lane, Jeff. Justin 621 dial-in, and he's going to automatically see that win light as Jeff turns it red. They both break out at the top end. Justin Jenkins rolls through with a 618 109 to a 636 108. Go ahead. And Jim, when you have my first pair of door car greens, let me know numbers. Joe LeBlanc and Chase Nelson now line up. Joe 686 dial in left lane, Chase a 634 dial in the right lane. And Joe LeBlanc is going to take down Chase Nelson with a 687.99. Chase a 634 with a 6-106. All right. Attention in the pits. Dragsters, double entered dragsters and green card dragsters. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Final and absolute last final call for any door car green cards or double entered door cars for lanes 7 and 8. But dragsters, if you're double entered or green card, start making your way to lanes 4 and 5. As Rob June and Todd Hone go down the track, and Todd Hone takes the win light. 005 on the tree, runs a 6 flat with a 6-115 miles an hour. Rob June, you're going to come up and buy back in because you ran a 595 with a 3-113. Lindsay Piper now in her 88 Firebird left lane, dialed in at a 756. And I think that's John Mogis. That's what my racers have told me, and dialed in at a 584. turns it red Colt, and Wheeler keeps it going. Make sure, you guys, if you don't win first round, come see us up here in the tower and buy back in. 20K on for grabs. So it's going to be worth coming and buying back in if you do not win this first round. So make sure you come and do so. As Trevor Ruge in the right lane and Tim Dacus go down the track, and Trevor Ruge is going to take the win light with a 6:38, 98 miles an hour. Tim Dacus is 6:65, 101, and that will be the end of first round action for our no box double entries and green cards. Remember, if you do not win first round, come up to the tower, buy back in. 20K on the line. Totally worth it. As the rumbling of the door cars that are double entered and the green ones, green
How's
run
that
cars,
talking thing going for you?
slowing down to make sure I put the words together right.
Holy poopers. Can't believe that.
All right. Attention in the pits. Double entered dragsters and green card dragsters need to be coming down to lanes 4 and 5. Double entered dragsters and green card dragsters come down to lanes 4 and 5. As our door cars get ready to do some burnouts here, and it's going to be Steven Johnson in the left lane out of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. And his 91 Z28 dialed in at a 501, going up against Mr. Ron Evans and his 63 Corvette dialed out of Hayesville, Kansas, dialed in at a 582. A pair of green lights for both of them. And Steve Johnson is going to get the win light with a 503, 141 miles an hour. Ron Evans, you can come up to the tower and buy back in with a 583, 132. Will Crotty now in the automotive left lane in a 75 Monza, dialed in at a 570. And going up against Phil Unruh in his Camaro, dialed in at a 623, and they both took green lights, but Will Crotty got it a little bit better. Runs a 570 with a 122. Phil dead on with a 141, but got taken at the tree. Max Peterson in his 92 Grand Prix dialed in at 518 left lane. Rachel Smith, she's from Edmond, Kansas, in her 68 Camaro, dialed in at a 607. Rachel turns it right at the start, so Max will get the red light win to the next round. Runs dead on with a 131, a 27,000 package for Max. Bless you, Warren. But Rachel, when you look at your time slip, you're going to come and buy back in. I know you are. It was just a smidgen too soon on the button. Daryl Gear now from Excelsior Springs, Missouri. In the 64 Sport Fury over there. And the airmotive left lane dialed in at a 613. And Michael Vitmavas. No matter how I try to... It's still... Michael, your last name is the one that really slows me down now. So you're dialed in at a 647, and Daryl is going to be dialed in at a 643. And now they say it's right, so they light up those pre-stage bulbs. the other, but we'll see if it pays off at the top end. And not this time. Daryl Gear runs a 644 with a 6 with the 24 on a tree. Michael got the better light at 18, but runs a 649 104. Dustin Shore now in the Nova wagon. Dialed in at 606 in the air motive left lane. Going up against Glenn Dilday out of Sibley, Missouri. And excuse me a second. His Nova in the right lane. Dialed in at a 545. Wheels up action for both as they go off the start, but they keep their lights green. And again, the not as good reaction time wins. 608 110 to a 548 125. Dave Boat right now from Bellino, Missouri, dialed in at 678 over here in my O'Reilly right lane. And Scott Grubb, the meteorologist from Parkville, Missouri, dialed in at a 587 and his Camaro in the left lane. And Dave Boatwright gets off the button a pinch too soon. Like, that's a hair too soon. That's a little thinner. Scott blinked before he left, but runs it out to a 587 116. Don't forget, first round, if you don't win, first round non-winners, you come back up to my tower and you buy back in. $20K on the line. It's going to be worth it. Ask the guys who bought back in yesterday. Mike McDonough and Matt Driscoll. And Matt's going to go ahead and see that win light up top as Mike let off the button too soon. But 618 109 for Matt. As Robbie Gear and Dwayne Ross now get those lights lit up. Dwayne in the right lane dialed in at 636 and Robbie in the left lane dialed in at a 681. Dwayne Ross is going to get the win light, 641 119 with a 43 on the tree. Robbie Gear hit 39 on the tree, runs it out to a 691 98 miles an hour. And I'm going to let Warren tell you about Bob and Tony as I do a couple things.
All right, Sarah, looks like Bob Gilmore rolling up left side of the track from Mark City, Kansas. He's dialed in at 586 in his 90 Camaro. Tony Peterson alongside the 67 Nova. And Tony on the wrong side of the tree there goes red. 025 red for Tony Peterson. Win light for Bob Gilmore, 586.7. That's dead on 7 at 116. Tony Peterson goes dead on 6, but turns it red, leaving the starting line. So if he wants to continue his chase for 20 grand, he'll have to come back up here to the tower and buy back. If any of you go out here in first round of action, you can come back to the tower, buy your way back into the buyback round. Winners will then move into round number 2. Jason Kimbrell and Chris Cheney hustling down track now. Kimbrell left side, the Malibu. Right side, the Nova for Cheney. A double breakout win goes the way of Chris Cheney. Cheney is 630 with an 8 at 107, taking the win. Jason Kimbrell, 623 with an 8 at 111. Kimbrell breaks out by a little bit more. So Cheney goes on to the next round. Rick Huffman and Frank Duran coming up now. So Huffman in the little 78 Chevette for accelerated graphics out of Waxahachie, Texas. Red light start for the blue car. Win light for the red car, Frank Duran. Duran 629 at 111. Rick Huffman leaves early by 9 thou and then goes 641 in the Chevette at 103. Greg Christensen and Kurt Huffman will pull up now. Christensen, the 73 Vega out of Strasburg, Colorado. That's the left side. Aeromotive lane. Right side, Kurt Huffman. Oswego, Kansas, the 55 Bel Air. He calls it the American Dream. The very patriotic red, white, and blue machine. And his dream continues as he gets the win light. Kurt Huffman, your winner. 619 at 111. Greg Christensen was behind at the starting line, broke out trying to catch him, and was still behind at the finish line. 2 under 577 at 119. But the deed was done up front as Huffman with the better light moves on to round 2. Here's Jeff Duncan, Booty, Illinois. Angie alongside the car. Casey standing back saying, hey, I'm going to drive that car in a little bit. Steve Livingood comes up now, right side from Gardner, Kansas. So yesterday, if you were watching, Jeff Duncan on an early pass stood it straight up on the bumper. He's got it tied down a little bit now. Still a good launch there for the car. 5 thou separate him up front. Livingood takes the win. He is dead on 9, 627.9 at 104. Better on the tree as well. Duncan was right there, but 2 over 573 at 114 for a first round exit here. Again, the buyback window is open. Casey Duncan's going to give her shot at it in the blue Camaro in a little while. Here's Jamie Cordell. Wichita, Kansas, left side, Paul Masick right, 67 Camaro. Green light starts for both as they head for the other end. Win light for Jamie Cordell. Cordell 638 at 103. Margin of victory 88 thousandths of a second at the finish line. Paul Masick 642.6. He's dead on at 106, but gave a couple back up front, and that gave Cordell some room to take care of business at the top end. Gary Stennett comes up now. Stennett Performance, Stennett Engines, Emporia, Kansas. High horsepower builder alongside Terry Edwards. Edwards out of Cameron, Missouri, the 383 small block equipped S10. And Stennett leaves 6 thou too early. Red light start on the right, on the left. Win light on the right for Terry Edwards. Edwards 611 at 114. Gary Stennett 558 on the 559. 006 red. Larry Zieber and Jason Rollins move up now. The Pinto left side. 302 Ford Power for the salesman out of Wamego, Kansas. Jason Rollins on the right. Plattsmouth, Nebraska. 69 Camaro, 622 up on the scoreboard right side, 658 left. And you see the handicap start right there as they head down track. One of them is 006, and that is the driver of the Pinto, Larry Zieber. Goes 659 on the 58 dial, 006 on the tree. Rollins was 2 under 620 on the 22, but he didn't have any window as he was 9 hundredths late leaving the starting line. Paul Winkelbauer and Alan Butler will pull up now. Winkelbauer left, Topeka, Ford Ranger. Alan Butler right from Tecumseh, 92 Camaro, Buick Power under the hood. That's an unusual combination. 623 right, 637 left. Another 00 light. This time it's Alan Butler hitting the tree and goes 625 at 110 for the win. Paul Winklebauer was 13 on the tree, 639 at 105, so they were both 2 over. In fact, they were both 22 thousandths over. But the reaction time, a 13 to a 3, winds up being the margin of victory, 10 thousandths at the finish line. Brandon Fain Steele, Plainville, Kansas, and Craig Butler. The Butler did it out of Tecumseh, Kansas. Saw Allen go down. Here comes Craig, 566 on the Chevy Citation. Butler's been campaigning that car for a long time, but can't get out of first round here as Brandon Fain Steele. 006 and a 719 at 94 for the win. Craig Butler, he is 2 over 568 at 117. Again, both racers going 2 over, but Fain Steele better reacting to green. Todd Stahlbaumer and Shane Herman coming up now. Stahlbaumer, the Firebird, out of Seneca, Kansas, with a 510 dial. Shane Herman, the 68 Chevelle. Another 006 light. This time is Todd Stahlbaumer. Couple that up with a 510 with a 9. He is 15 thousandths total. Shane Herman's very good with an 016, but guess what? Already locked out. So a 15 thou package takes out a 20 thou package for Shane Herman. That's a tough beat as we move into the dragster category, and Sarah moves back to the microphone.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you, thank you. All right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last and final call, any dragsters that are double entered in green cards. You guys should be in lanes 4 and 5 because, like Warren said, you guys are getting ready to go down the track. There you go. And no box blue, 10 and 11. Come on down, no box blue to 10 and 11. And Carl Jones is going to take out the dragster. Brian Spillers, 007 on the light, 565, 136. Brian, a 564, 116. Jeremy Maples, who made it to the finals last night, is in the air mode of left lane out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. 446 on his dial-in. And Paul Moore from Hutchinson, Kansas, dialed in at a 499, lined up next to him in the O'Reilly right lane. So no box blue cards. No box blue, 10 and 11. First round of eliminations. Come on. Green for both of them. And Jeremy with the better light goes on. 455, 144 miles an hour. Paul Moore, 504, 135. Don't forget, do not forget, if you don't win first round, come by back up here in the tower. Kat's behind me, and she's ready to take your money. You got $20,000 on the line. Might be worth buying back in. Paul Brazy gets his pre-stage light bulb set in that left lane, dialed in at a 541 in that Bantam. And Jeremy Smith lights his up in his 08 undercover out of Edmond, Oklahoma, dialed in at a 470. So we'll get to see Paul leave first. And greens for both of them, a 00 for one and an O for another. 00 light to Paul Brazy takes the win, dead on with a 413 thou package at 125 miles an hour. Jeremy Smith, you can come back and buy back in. You got a 13 on the tree with a 471, 142. As Nate Tilson gets ready to move forward after his burnout out of Kansas City, Missouri. 457 dial-in air mode of left lane. Going up against Randy Smith from Riverside, Missouri. Dialed in at a 435. As you can see, the dragsters start inching their way to get those pre-stage lights on. And then a little wiggle to to get the staging lights on. To let Chief Starter Clint know they're ready to go. Nate Tilson jumps the button too early. Turns it red. Randy Smith 006 but breaks out top end but moves on with a 433 162. Nate, come by back in. You ran a 457 with a 2 151. Okay. Copy. Alright, if you are the no box guy who drives the white Chevy 2 and you're up here watching the races, Butch mopping. If you're up here watching the race, we need you to go back to your car in the lanes, please. Butch mopping. We need you back in the staging lanes with your car. As Trevor Larson and Kyle I'll get it next time, Kyle. You won the round. You run dead on with an 8-147. Trevor Larson, come up and buy back in. Come see Kat up here. She's going to give you a smile and take your money. But make sure you let her know what your number is. But Butch mopping. Need you back to your car in the staging lanes, please. Butch mopping back in the car in the staging lanes. As Todd Piper lines up in the left lane, 469 dial-in to an Eric Nazarenas. Dialed in at a 501 in the right lane. All right. Attention in the pits. Second call, no box blue cards. Second call, no box blue cards. Lanes 10 and 11 for your round 1 of eliminations. No box blue cards. Round 1 of eliminations, lanes 10 and 11. Get there now. And on a double breakout win, Todd Piper's going to move on with a 468 145 to Eric's 499 138. Buybacks going on up here in the tower. Come see Kat. She'll let you buy back in. Victoria Christensen in the right lane, 485 dial-in. Going up against Greg Sesty?
Yes.
Sesty. Cool. Got it on the first try. 503 dial-in for Greg. 485 for Victoria.
Well, now you're ready, though. Yeah. You want your practice round? You brought it correct.
Almost identical off the start, so this one will be decided at the top end. And it's going to be Greg Sesty moving on. Dead on with a 9-134, 19,000 package. Victoria Christensen runs a 488, 134. But first round non-winners. No reason to come up to my tower and buy back in. A lot of money on the line today. Take every chance you can get, right? Todd Knight and his Tin Soldier machine in the airmotive left lane out of Belton, Missouri. Is going to get the automatic red light win as Bob Fuller lets off the button a little too soon. But Bob and your crew, I know you're listening. I'm going to tell you, buy back in. You run dead on with the 5-143. Todd Knight runs a 471, 145. J.R. Lobner now from Gardner, Kansas, dialed in at a 480 in the airmotive left lane. In the O'Reilly right lane, Bruce Briscoe out of Pueblo, West Colorado, dialed in at a 529. Yep. I don't know if you guys can hear a little bit of commotion that happens every so often behind me, but those are people knowing it's worth to come and buy back in. As JR and Bruce got the green lights, and they're going to head down track. And even though he didn't get the better reaction time, he got the win, running dead on with a 0. 128.25 thou package for Bruce Briscoe as he moves on. And J.R. Lobner, you're going to have to buy back in. All right. Attention in the pits. Last call. No box blue. Last call. No box blue. 10 and 11. And Butch Moppin, hopefully you have gotten to your car in the stage lanes. Butch Moppin, hopefully you are at your car in the staging lanes. Matt Selden out of Omaha in the left lane, dialed in at a 485. Going up against Chris Whitfield from Littleton, Colorado, dialed in at a 478. For either of these drivers, and it's gonna be Matt Selden taking the win light, dead on with an 141 miles an hour. Chris runs set 479, 137 miles an hour. I know my bracket racers probably think they're at a bracket race right now because, hey, come buy back in the tower. It's worth it. I call it buyback magic. It's buyback magic. It really is. And some of my racers know about this buyback magic. Oh yeah. They bought back in and ended up winning the race. It happens. Carson Wheeler now in his P51 dragster out of Wichita. And Zach Umholtz with a 489 dial in. And woo-wee, good race that was. 460, 146 win light for Carson Wheeler. Go ahead. Lanes. What lanes, JR? Steph Fuller now in the right lane. And Matt Clark in the left. Matt out of KC Mo, 482 dial-in. Steph out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska, 486 dial-in. As they light up the pre-stage and staging lights, they're ready to go. Green for the pair. One light is better than the other. And with Steph breaks out, so Matt Clark going on to the next round with a 483, 133 miles an hour. All right. Attention in the pits. Last and final call. No box blue. No box blue. Door car blue. Start making your way to 7 and 8. Door car blue. 7 and 8 for your round 1 of eliminations. Dan Pluta now in the air-motive left lane, dialed in at a 483. Going up against Kendall Umholtz, dialed in at a 454. And Dan Pluta gets the win light, running a 484, 139. Kendall, a 456, 147. James Scorn now in the left lane from Fremont, Nebraska. Down at a 452 out of Fremont, Nebraska. I believe I said that. And Isaac Hill out of Mount Vernon, Missouri, 492. Vernon.
No, they're all going to come up together.
Quick Hill gets the automatic red light win this round. Runs it out with a 491 140. James Scorn, you're going to come and buy back in my tower. 452 with a 4152 miles an hour.
So basically you're saying there's no choice, you're coming.
No, I'm not really giving them much of a choice. I mean, because, why wouldn't you buy back? Unless you broke your car. Unless your car breaks or any other reason you can't run. I don't see a reason for these guys to buy back in and try to continue going on because there's $20K on the line.
Okay.
And $20K, well, to me, that's a lot of money.
I think it's a lot of money to a lot of people.
And with these racers, $20K is they're like, oh, look how many car parts I can get. How much fuel I can get. And our start crew was feeling some raindrops, they were saying. I don't know. I don't know. We don't want it, though. Chief starter Clint out on the track checking it out. Buybacks are still going on in the tower, so if you didn't win first round, come on down and buy back in. Kat's behind me. She'll give you a smile and take your money. So she's even laughing about it. She's like, yep, I will smile and gladly take your money and let you buy back into this race. And just so you know, racers, if you're in the money at any point this weekend from last night to even today and tomorrow, and you do not have a 2021 W9 on file, come up and see me. Come up and see me and get that W9 filled out. But buybacks going on for first round non-winners. Buybacks going on for first round non-winners right up here in the tower. If you guys are hungry or thirsty, concession stand is probably now serving lunch by now. I would think so, 11 o'clock. Grab a bite to eat, grab something to drink. Convenience store is also open throughout the day and days, I guess, that we're here. So if you need a snack food or anything like that, let us know. Or not let us know. Go to the convenience store and check it out.
Yeah, we don't. Well, we care about you.
We care about you a lot. But we got to do our job up here. So,
It's not snack delivery, apparently.
yeah, I don't have a way to be getting around making deliveries for snacks, and they'd probably rather have me up here. So, crew's watching the track for this rain. So if you need something to eat, grab a bite to eat, grab something to drink. Check out the new 2021 Heartland Motorsports Park merchandise. My closet is full of it because it's some awesome stuff for this season, from long sleeves, short sleeves, future racer baby onesies, to half zips that can keep you warm in the winter or fall. And ladies, our half zip, it's got that little form fit into it. It makes us look good. Also t-shirts of various sizes and styles. So make sure you guys check it out because it's awesome with having that new gear in there. So they'll keep watching it, and I'll give you guys an update as soon as I can. But they just don't, they're going to make sure that the track is good to go. And if you haven't heard about the contingency program for Lucas Oil, well, let me tell you a little bit about it. If you purchase Lucas Racing Oil, $100 buy-in for engine racing oil, or $75 buy-in for trans and differential, from the 12 months from the date of that purchase, and as long as the purchase of product was made prior to first round. So some of you can still fit it in. If you want others, you can start it tomorrow. And then put the decals on both sides of your cars prior to that first round, and you can start winning some money. National is $300 to win, $100 for the runner-up. Divisional, $100 to win, $50 for the runner-up. If you have any questions about this at all, you can contact Mike Hinch. He's with Punisher Racing. He's pitted by the tunnel. I believe if you're looking at the tunnel from our pit, he's on the left side. You'll see his Lucas Oil flag. So if you have any questions or want to get this started, then go talk to Mike. Pretty cool deal. Purchase the qualifying products, run the decals, win and get paid. Why not? So you can see Mike Hinch about that.
It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team. The all-new Traverse is on sale now at Bob McCosh. With this SUV, everybody can ride. The new Traverse is big, bold, and beautiful. And with 310 horsepower, you and your crew will be first on race day. So make a pit stop by Bob McCosh today and take a ride. Chevrolet makes the SUV. Bob McCosh makes the difference. The all-new Chevy Blazer is back at Bob McCosh. This SUV is a unique mix of style, elegance, and performance, pushing over 300 horsepower. This new Blazer puts the sport back in sport utility. So find new roads to Columbia, Missouri. Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference. Stop by Bob McCosh today and see how Chevrolet took the best truck on the road and made it even better. The 2019 Silverado is stronger, bigger, and more advanced than ever. If you're racing or just riding, this Silverado will not let you down. With 420 horsepower, see your savings at BobMcCosh.com. Chevy makes the truck. Bob McCosh makes the difference. It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance. Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
is out there working on drying the track off. Looks like this rain is finally going to stop for good on us. So the crew is working diligently to dry that track off. Looking at probably like at least another 45 minutes or so. But we'll be able to get back to the action. Also want to remind everybody who is in the 64 car count shootout that is canceled. Thanks, Mother Nature, for putting a damper on all that fun. But your entries will be refunded digitally. So don't fear, you will get refunded for that. But they are drying the track. Be about 45 minutes or so for that. We'll keep you guys updated as they are moving along with that. But 64 car shootout, folks. Sorry, Mother Nature rained on your parade, literally. But your entries will be refunded. So get something to eat, get something to drink. Main concession stand is open, serving up some delicious lunch items. Convenience store is also open if you want snack food, ice cold Pepsi products. Check out the new 2021 season Heartland Motorsports Park merchandise while you're in there. And we'll get back to the action as soon as we can.
All right, you can see our track drying process moving forward. I don't think we're very far away from being ready. I'm saying that, knocking on Formica up here. But for you 16 cars that were about to finish out first round in the dragster green category, we want to let you know that you were already paired. You had already made your way towards the racetrack, so your pairings are intact. You're going to run the person you were paired with before. So it's not going to be a random draw deal this time around. If you had your pair already established back here before the rain came, your pair will remain. So whoever you were going to run before is who you're going to run now. If for some reason your competition decided to leave and not come up to the staging lanes when we call you, which we're not doing yet, but if your competition cannot make the run, we're not going to repair anybody. That'll be a competition single. So, once again, 16 cars, 8 pairs. Those 8 pairs are already established. JR already has. He wrote down, that's why he came through and asked you earlier who you were paired with. We've already got that documented. Who you were going to run before is who you're going to run when we go back to action. So when we do call you to the lanes, and again, we're not calling you yet, but when we do call you, we're going to have all of you come up to lane 1 and come in at an angle so we can pull you out and put you back in the pairs that you are in. So be prepared for that. That's just the way that it's going to work out, and we're going to keep our pairings intact just like they were, and then move forward from there. So, again, track drying is underway. Hopefully that was clear enough to understand. But your pairings from before are your pairings now, and we will get you repaired with the person you were supposed to run before. And again, if your competition does not show up, we're not going to make pairs out of singles. That'll be a competition single if your competition does not come back up. So, hang in there, listen to a little bit more music. As soon as we've got more good news to give you, we'll do it.
update time. Crew's still working on drying the track very diligently here. Oof. That's a bad word to pick during that one. So we're looking at hopefully a 2:20 startup time. 2:20 startup time. But the request is the remaining 16 green card dragsters. Start making your way to lane number 1, please. Remaining 16 dragsters. Come on down to lane number 1. But hopefully a 2:20 start time, y'all. Hopefully a 2:20 start time.
Remind these racers.
And if you guys did by chance leave your car out in the rain, if you got extra rags, or maybe ask a buddy, but try and wipe down those cars for us so we don't get any extra moisture on the track when you guys make your runs. We'd greatly appreciate it. But remaining 16 green card dragsters, start making your way to lane number 1, please. Attention the pits, attention in the pits. Last and final call, no box blue. Last and final call, no box blue to 10 and 11. Last and final call, no box blue to 10 and 11. If you need a buyback, come up to the tower and do so if you haven't done it yet. But final call, no box blue to 10 and 11. We're spraying the track. We're almost hot to trot.
So our dragsters are just about paired up and ready back here. Looks like the track is in great shape out there. We're getting ready to go. Before we do, I want to thank not only the folks that helped out with Drag Racer TV this weekend, but also some great event sponsors that have been part of this weekend that deserve the credit for participating. Backlot Cars providing sponsorship this weekend, and that's greatly appreciated. Backlot Cars, if you're in the car buying process, Backlot Cars can help you out. Either buy or sell the car or truck of your dreams. Go to their website, backlotcars.com, check it all out, and they can take care of whatever your need might be in the automotive marketplace. Stinnett Performance, the engine builder out of Emporia, Kansas, Gary Stinnett, builder of some high-powered horsepower. He can get you taken care of. He's here on the grounds. If you see that black Camaro, stop by and have a chat with Gary and find out more about how he can help you out to improve your operation. And my buddies Cameron Foray and Don O'Neill with Racers and Rental Cars, the podcast. They have been at it for about 2.5 years now, and a very entertaining show talking about all things in the worlds of motorsports and marketing. Their podcast drops every Saturday. In fact, a new one dropped today. So go wherever you find podcasts and check them out. It'll be worth a listen. It's about an hour long each week, and some of the biggest names in motorsports are always a part of that show. So Racers and Rental Cars, check them out. Sounds like the motor's coming to life. Sarah's looking at me like,
Yes, indeed.
get out of the way. I want the microphone. We got 8 pairs to run, and then we'll call our next class. Haven't called them yet, but stay tuned.
No boxes already in the lanes. Will do. Thank you, Warren. So we gotta finish off these dragsters, all right? In this green card class, we got 8 pairs, like Warren said. Starting us off will be Jerry McGraw out of Plattsmouth. In the aeromotive left lane and dialed in at a 453. Going up against Cody Moore from Collinsville, Oklahoma, with a 474 dial in. And great job, No Box Blues. I've heard you guys are all got back to the lanes. You're awesome. Alright, they're creeping up to those pre-stage lights. Jerry's in. Cody is in. Now we gotta just lock him in. Wiggle wiggles. And a great pair of lights for the first side. And down. Wind light over to Jerry McGraw, though. Cody Moore breaks out.
I'm sorry, I got to jump right in. We sat here for 3 hours. You watched it rain. We prepped the track. Jerry McGraw, 001 on the tree, dead one at the finish line, a 2-pack right out of the box. And Cody Moore, he broke out by 1/1000th of a second. So everything is right there. You got to feel confident. A big pat on the back to the entire Heartland Motorsports Park crew for putting this thing back in pristine shape. A 2-pack and a breakout by 1/1000th of a second. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that really was unbelievable. As Warren says, and we continue on with Jason and John. And And another good set of lights. Jason, a 008, but breaks out with a 502. John hits a 13 on the tree, but gets the win light with a 4.71, 145. All right. Attention in the pits. Door car blues. Come on down to lane 7 and 8. We need you. Door car blues. Come on down to lane 7 and 8. Next, pair up, Bo the Toolman. .8 for Bo the Toolman Sanders in the air-motive left lane, and Matt Rose a 4.71 dial in the O'Reilly right lane. As they've locked in both staging lights. So close on the light, and Bo Toolman Sanders breaks out at the top, and Matt Rose moving on. But don't worry, you guys are still in your first round, so you can come up to the tower and buy back in, and the way y'all are running, you're gonna want to. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Brian Cook out of Arnold, Missouri, 514 dial-in. Left lane. O'Reilly right lane, Robbie Gear, 451 dial-in out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri. So buybacks go on up here at the tower for all first round non-winners. And runs like this after a delay, especially, what was it, like 3 hours? I think we decided. Another 0-0 light and Robbie Gear 001 on the tree, runs 456 on his 451, 136, getting that win light. Brian Cook runs dead on with a 6, 133, but it's kind of hard to beat that 001 off the tree. Lauren Dodd out of Wichita, Kansas, dialed in at a 485 in the O'Reilly right lane. Don Freeze, 507, dial in out of Omaha, Nebraska. As they are making their way up to those pre-stage lights. Don Freeze is ready.
Yeah, so I just, the number we talked about, I gave him.
And Don Freeze will get the automatic win as Lauren Dodd just a smidgen off the button too soon. But Don Freeze 001 light runs dead on with a 9 thou package. Lauren, you run dead on with a 6 at 142. So Lauren Dodd, come by back in. I'm hope I see a lot of y'all starting to buy back in. Next pair, Dragster Greens, Roger Hopf. And another red light win over for Roger. He breaks out at the top end, though, with a 482, 142, but he's going to move on. Toby, you ran a 460, 149, so come and buy back in. Just a reminder, you guys are racing for $20,000 today. Buybacks are 125 today, so the 75, you get double the money, so the buyback's just a little bit more. So keep that in mind, but it's totally worth it, right? Buyback magic, it happens. I've seen it. Scott Cook now in the airmotive left lane, 486 dial-in, going up against Colin Cole with a 474 dial-in in the O'Reilly right lane. Got those pre-stage bulbs lit up. Now they're kind of messing with each other on who's... Yep, okay. Scott's like, I'm ready. Let's do this. Colin's like, okay. Another set of good lights off the tree. Ooh, Scott Cook hits a 007 light, but runs it to a 488 140. Colin Cole, 26 on the tree, runs dead on 144 miles per hour, a 26 thou package for Colin. Way to go, Heartland Motorsports Park crew. This track is fire. All right, Robert McGraw now. 489 left lane dialing out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Going up against Kaylee Umholtz from Mulvane, Kansas. Dialed in at 480. So not much of a wait at all. And you could probably blink and miss it. Almost identical off the tree, so anyone's race. And it's going to go over to Miss Kaylee Umholtz. Runs dead on 141 miles per hour, 30 thou package. Robert McGraw, a 490, 140 thou pack, or 140 miles per hour. Whoo-wee. Yes. Just a little tongue twisted, but that's okay. And that is done with dragster greens. All right. Attention in the pits. All my door car blues should be coming down to lanes 7 and 8. Y'all should almost be there. Door car blues. Starting us off in no box blue will be Daryl Goheen, left lane, 706 dial. Going up against Ryan Montford out of Wichita in a 613 dial. And away they go. And Ryan Montford's going to come and buy back in. He runs dead on with a 6. Just didn't get the light like Daryl Goheen did, who runs a 709 93. Copy. Now we've got Mark Hogue coming up in 67 Nova, getting his pre-staged light on. 630 dialing. And Casey Duncan from Plainville, Kansas. 571 dialing on the Chevelle in the right lane. Turns it red, so Mark Hogue gets the kind of free pass over to the next round. Runs it out to a 629 109. Casey Duncan, a 597 117. Colby Simmer from Wamego, 635 dial-in. Left lane, John Maugans?
Something like that.
585 dial-in. Identical starts, and it's going to go over to John in the 72 Camaro. Running a 589 112 to a 645 103. Brad Hogue and Ricky Atkins get ready to take the tree. Ricky in the right lane, 646 dial-in. Brad in the left lane, a 692 dial-in. One got cut a little bit better light than the other, And Ricky broke out trying to make up that time. So Brad Hogue running a 6:94.99 will move on, and Ricky will come by back in with a 6:43.107. So if you don't win first round, come see us up here in the tower. Justin Jenkins now in the left lane, 6:23 on the dial out of Quito, Kansas. Up against Kristen Jones. Sorry, Kristen. I know I butchered your name. 7:21 on your dial, girl. And Justin Jenkins takes the win light, 6:27.104. Kristen, come by back in, girl. 7:21 with a 6:95 miles an hour. As Jesse Hogue lines up in the left lane, 7:08 dialing in the wagon, the Hoagie wagon. And Nick Siebert right up next to him in the right lane in a 64 Skylark, 6:85 dialing.
Double breakout win goes to Nick Siebert. 008 on the tree, 684.2, 8 thousandths breakout right there. Jesse Hogue goes 12 thousandths under, 706.8 on the 708 dial-in. Steve Hare and Sid Baldwin come up now. Hare, the 1988 Dodge Ranger, or excuse me, that's not a Dodge. How about a Ford Ranger? Sorry, messed that up. 720, the dial-in left side. Sid Baldwin, right side, 658 in the Copo, top end. It's going to be the Copo getting it done for Sid Baldwin, 660 at 101. Steve Hare, 728 on the 720. He was a little bit slow on both ends of that run, so his next best option will require a buyback, which we're happy to take care of right up here in the tower. Come on up. Brian Worrell, the 74 Vega left side, and Tyler Wodarczyk out of Wakarusa, Kansas. Wodarczyk, a veteran of the NHRA wars, in his little Vega wagon, and he'll take the win, 613 at 108 for Wodarczyk. He was 24 on the tree. Worrell, 2 over 613 at 111, taking the loss. David Wesley and Wyatt Wagner coming up now. Wagner out of the Wagner's Classic Cars stable. See Scott alongside the car, Wyatt at the wheel. That car is for sale, as are a whole bunch more of good classic hot rods at Wagner's Classic Cars. Stop by and see them. 633 the dial in for Wyatt. 699 the dial in for David Wesley. Top end, Wyatt Wagner turns on a win light in round number 1, as he is 642 at 99. He's 9 off of his dial-in. David Wesley was 2 off of his dial-in, 701, but he gave up 8/10 of a second. Excuse me, that's not right. 8/100 of a second. Do math, Warren.
Dragster Blue, 10 and 11.
Hey, Dragster Blue cars. Lanes 10 and 11, please. Dragster Blues, 10 and 11. Michael Wilson, Chase Nelson. Wilson in the Malibu. Nelson goes wheels up in his Duster. Top end, it's the Duster turning on the win light. Chase Nelson, 638 at 97. For Michael Wilson, 1 over 736 at 92. But reaction time made the difference right there, as Nelson was better by 0.04 of a second. Gave him a little room to work at the stripe. Jeremy Logsdon, another Vega wagon out of Derby, Kansas, taking on Colton Wheeler from Wichita, the 86 Thunderbird. So Wheeler's got the Thunderbird car and the Warbird Dragster. I think there's a theme here. So a red light start for Jeremy Logston by 003 means Colton Wheeler is your winner. 582 at 131. He's 3 under. But he gets the round win. Red light start for Logston, 591 at 115. Fred Kaufman comes up now out of Wichita. 77 Camaro. Taking on Rob June. First gen 69 Camaro out of Bayshore, Kansas. And another red light decides this one. It's Rob June this time around, lighting the cherry. Fred Kaufman, your winner, 740 at 92 miles an hour. Rob June, 004 RED, and then goes 596 at 113. Jeremy McGee and Steve Hughes coming up now. McGee, the little S10 out of Topeka. Steve Hughes, St. Joseph, Missouri, and his 71 Duster. .681 the dial in right side, 7 flat on the left. And as they approach the 8th mile mark, one light's going to flash on a double breakout for Steve Hughes, 679.3 at 98 miles an hour. He breaks out by just a little bit less than Jeremy McGee's 697 on the 7 flat. 93 for the speed for McGee. But if you go out here in round number 1, you still have a chance. Come on up to the buyback window, or we're developing a crowd up here. But we're more than happy to take care of you and get you back into the buyback round. Wheels up. Start for Tim Dacus. Unfortunately, wheels came out of the beams 31 thousandths of a second too early. He goes red. Michael Fowler, 851 at 85 for the win light. Dacus, 662, 5 under at 101. And the big red eye. Our last no-box car approaching the starting line right now. This is Troy Ross from Manhattan, Kansas. 69 Nova. So there's a 637 up on the scoreboard. Let's see how close Troy runs to that number. Well, he's going to like the start. 005 up front. 636 with a 3 at 107 at the top end. Nice little pass for Troy Ross as we go into door cars.
Thank you, Warren. Saving my butt as always so far this weekend. Yep, door car action is coming at us next. All right. Attention in the pits. Dragster Blues. You guys should be coming down and already into lanes 10 and 11. Dragster Blue should be coming down to lanes 10 and 11. So starting us off in door car blue will be Wayne Cook in the left lane in his 68 Camaro, 527 dial-in. Going up against Jeremy Smith with a 585 dial-in out of Edmond, Oklahoma in his 88 Camaro. Warren's looking at me like, I think she's talking with the mic off. Oh no. And Wayne Cook is going to break out at the top end. So come buy back in the tower if you don't win first round. And Jeremy Smith will move on with a 589, 118. As Rick Huffman dialed in a 643 in the 78 Chevette. Yes, I know yesterday it took me a second to actually read that right. And Nick Bestian from Osborne, Missouri in the Nova dialed in at 558. Don't forget, buybacks done in the tower if you don't win first round. And trust me, when you go down this track, you're gonna wanna buy back in. Nick hits the 001 light and runs it out with a 5:59, taking that win from Rick Huffman, who still hit an 18 on the tree, is 6:44.101. As Brandon Faunensteel now lines up next to Mike Hinch. Hinch from Harrisburg, South Dakota, 5:41 dialing. Brandon is 7:19 dialing. Double breakout win over to Brandon Faunensteel. The 7:18.92, Mike at 5:39.127. But hey, come and buy back in. Yes, the buyback's a little bit is 125 today, but you're also racing for $20,000. And I'm sorry, when was the last time recently you've ever raced in Kansas for $20,000? Like, well, folks, we're in the Midwest. Yeah, let's do this, especially in Kansas, of all places. So 125 ain't bad, especially if you're taking home that 20 G's later. Jason Kimbrell and Greg Christensen. Jason in the left lane in the Malibu, 6:26 dialing. Going up against Greg with a 5:81 dialing in his Vega, and they're so close off the start line. It's the top end that determines it. You can't say determines and finishes at the same time. 5:82 win for Greg. Jason breaks out, but you should come and buy back in. No, I mean it, y'all. I mean, and I'm going to keep harping you guys because my racers know buyback magic. Come buy back in. Max Peterson and Shane Herman now go down the track. Another set of good lights. 5:19 dial for Max and 5:55 as Shane breaks out with a 5:53.123. Max moves on with a 5:20 130 miles an hour and a 3 on the tree. All right. All my Dragster Blues need to be in lanes 10 and 11. Dragster Blues need to be in lanes 10 and 11. Buyback still going up here in the tower if you want to come buy back in. Really kind of do that math. 125 versus 20 grand. Wes Cottrell and Phil Unruh. 6:23 dial for Phil. 5:79 for Wes. And Wes is going to take the win light. Gets a 3 on the tree. Runs a 5:81.118. Phil, you're going to come back and buy back in because you ran dead on with a 7:136. Michael Vitmavas. Dang it. Got me again, Michael. From Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska, in my Aeromotive left lane in his 67 GTO with a 6:49 dialing. Going up against Matt Driscoll as he does his wheels up. Identical starts. So it's anyone's race, and it determines at the top end it's going to be Michael Vitmavas. With running dead on with a 3 at 24th out package, 104 miles an hour. Matt, he ran a 6:20.108, but coming by back in. As Chris living good in the left lane.
Left, right, whatever.
666 dialing for Chris Livingood's Vega in the left lane. Right lane 6 flat.
Yeah.
Pair of green lights going down the track. And Chris Livingood in that 006 light takes the win as well with a 6:69.105. But come and buy back in right lane 602-114. Will Crotty in the left lane from Bilton, Missouri, 571 on the dial with his 75 Monza. Going up against Ron Evans from Hayesville, Kansas, dialed in at a 583 in the 63 Corvette. Both 00 on the green lights. Will Crotty 002 runs a 574-118. Ron Evans a 008 runs a 586-131. Mike McDonough from Wichita in the 69 Camaro, 580 dial in left lane. Right lane, Cassidy Edson from Wichita also, dialed in at a 669.
Hi. Yep, I'll take it.
Good pair of lights for these, but sometimes having the best reaction time doesn't pay off. As Cassidy Edson 4 on the tree breaks out though with a 668, but you're gonna come back in, Cassidy. And Mike is gonna move on to the next round with a 582-126. Gene Living Good in the left lane out of Ottawa, Kansas, 744 dial in on that 72 Chevelle. And Dave Boatwright out of Bellino, Missouri, dialed in at a 678. Close on the start. And it's going to be Dave Boatwright taking that win light. I got to rhyme just in time. 682.96 miles an hour for Dave, moving on. 76 flat, 91 for Gene.
Should have done that.
Warren's having too much fun with me up here, providing him with much entertainment.
It's entertaining. I will say that.
Tyler Banks in the left lane, 551 dialing in the 67 Camaro. I don't know why I almost said 65. And Frank Duran in the 62 Impala out of Alamosa, Colorado, dialed in at a 622.
Hello. What class?
No box.
Car number? 125.
Oh, sorry. I have to really take this picture real quick. Okay. All right. 551 dialing for Tyler. 622 dialing for Duran.
Hi. Goodbye, back. Number?
I love it. I'm hearing the buybacks continue to roll in up here in the tower. It's amazing. And Tyler Banks is going to see that win light as he goes down the track and breaks out with a 550-134. But Frank Duran just rolled on through,
Okay.
going down with a 753-100. As Terry Robinson and his 69 Nova in the left lane, 569 dialing out of Springdale, Arkansas. And Matt Kizzer in the right lane with a 554 in the 67 Camaro in the right lane. Bow tie on bow tie. No real wiggle room on the start. So Matt Kizzer will take the win. 554, dead on with a 523 miles an hour. A 23,000 package for Matt. And Terry, you're going to come and buy back in. I know y'all think I might be crazy, but I mean, that's fine. You can ask some of my other racers if they're even willing to cave into my buyback magic theory, because I've seen him do it and win, but you never know. Jaron Miller getting staged in the left lane from Lyons, Kansas, 534 dial-in, and George Mayer from Brainerd, Minnesota, 580 dial-in. Double light for one. And it pays off. Dead on with a 126 miles an hour for Jaron Miller as he gets a 12 thou pack. And George breaks out at the top end, so come and buy back in.
Good to see you out here.
Keith Kuhn out of Minden, Nebraska in the 87 Thunderbird, 564 dial-in this left lane. Chris Cheney, he's dialed in at a 625 out of Claremore, Oklahoma in the 71 Nova.
Yeah, it's
I really got money to do this.
So Keith will have to wait a second for Chris to go. Now they're finally locked in. Little wheels of action by both. Both turned it red, and the least foul and win will go to Chris Cheney. Running a 626 and 109. Keith ran a 565 123.
All right. Good luck.
As Scott Grubb and Joe Peterson get their burnouts done. Joe Peterson in the right lane, dialed in at a 616 in the 04 S10. And Scott Grubb dialed in at 589. Scott Grubb got the better light, got the wind light as well, 594 and 104 miles an hour. Joe Peterson is 621 111. Gary Stinnett out of Emporia, Kansas, dialed in at a 559 and a 67 Camaro. And Reno Heppel, I think is how we decided to say your last name, out of Black Forest, Colorado, dialed in at a 606. All right. All Dragster Blues should be lanes 10 and 11. Final call. Dragster Blues to lanes 10 and 11. They're locked in. Green down, and the red follows one of them. So Gary Stinnett gets to go to the next round with a 560 124. Reno's going to buy back in, running a 596 115. Kat's loving all the visitors of you guys coming up and buying back in. She's loving getting to talk to you guys and everything. You're just making her day. So keep coming and buying back in. As Logan Diggs now out of Carthage, Missouri, in the aeromotive left lane, 622 dialed in. 616 dialed in for Derek Alexander out of Linden, Kansas. Greens across the board. And Derek Alexander will take the win light, running dead on with a 6 thou package for Derek Alexander. Logan Diggs breaks out at the top end with a 620 102. But that's okay, we're still doing buybacks in the tower. And just a reminder to buy back in, it is $125 today, but you have to remember, please remember, you're racing for $20,000 in the state of Kansas this weekend and today. $20,000 today in the state of Kansas. Totally worth it. Paul Winklebauer goes up against Tim Nicholson. Paul lets go of the button a pinch too soon, so Tim Nicholson will run dead on with a 111. Man, that's a lot of 11s there, Tim. Dialed in 611, runs 611, 111 miles an hour. red lit and broke out, so you can come and buy back in. Oh. Daryl Gear now from Excelsior Springs, Missouri, dialed in a 644 in that 64 Sport Fury. And going up against Ricky Hill, dialed in at a 623 out of Gretna, Nebraska. 69 Camaro.
When you get to the curve of water on it.
And that Sport Fury, we're going to be seeing that coming and buying back in as Daryl runs a 645, 106 miles per hour, and Ricky moves on running a 625, 108. And since Warren asked oh so nicely, he gets to talk about the next pair.
Well, I ask so nicely because I want to correct myself. So yesterday all day long I'm saying, that is not a 79 Cutlass out there. Dustin Shore. Well, guess what? I am wrong. I admit I am wrong. Don't ever tell Linda at home that I admitted I was wrong, but I am wrong. That's not your dad's Oldsmobile, and it's not my mom's Malibu wagon. That is an Oldsmobile Cutlass wagon. Wheels up there. And he's alongside James Kunkel. They're both 00 on the tree. Kunkel is 540 at 122 for the win. Dustin Shore, 608 on the 606. But my bad, mea culpa. Dustin Shore, that is an Oldsmobile Cutlass wagon. I was wrong. Back to your regularly scheduled announcer.
Aww. That was more inventive. I would have just said back to your regular scheduled programming. I like Warren's better. Larry Zever now in that 79 Pinto, 654 dial in left lane. Cutting a good light. Same with Glenn Dilday, cutting a good light for himself at 547 dialing, but breaks out at the top end with a 546. And Larry 001 on the tree, 558, 103 win light for Larry. Jerry Pysick in the 94 Camaro, dialed in at a 678 in the left lane, going up against Russ Ricky, dialed in at a 476 in the 69 Camaro in the right lane. Greens for both, and my goodness, you guys are on top of it. I love it. Double breakout win goes to Russ Ricky with a 475, 146, but had a 13 on the tree. Jerry, you're going to buy back in because you had a 007 and broke out with a 676, 100. Bo Sanders in that 84 S10 pickup out of Raymond, Nebraska, 631 dial-in. Going up against Wayne Cook with a 526 dial-in in his 68 Camaro out of Hillsboro, Missouri.
So Robbie Gear finishes things up here in the S10 703 on a 688. He was off the pedal when he got down there. And you've seen Robbie carrying the colors for Backlot Cars. They are one of the sponsors this weekend for the House of Speed Shootout. I want to tell you a little bit about them. You want fresh trades at your fingertips, direct access to wholesale inventory from new car stores? Look no further than backlotcars.com. Browse inventory, view mechanical inspections, and make an offer. Visit backlotcars.com or carglobal.com to view their expansive inventory today. Big thanks to them. Big thanks to everybody that stepped up to be a part of this weekend's activities. Couldn't do it without you and wouldn't want to anyway. Looks like we got one more door car coming up here.
Go ahead.
Is this a buy or what is it?
That because he would have had to buy.
Someone said that they had to buy, but it's like, but it says odd door car runs first dragster.
That's, yeah.
So that's where I'm like, what? Whoa.
So Cody Michaels Monza sits up there, and we're sorting a couple of things out here. Not sure if Cody is getting a buy run here or how it's going to work.
Yeah. He's getting the buy. Apparently. He's getting a run by himself.
So Cody Michael off and running. Aeromotive side 605 at 113 on the solo. Now we go to the long cars.
We're done.
Mark Moore, Hutchinson, Kansas, for Mel Hambleton Ford Racing, left side. And Kyler Hergemuller, Brighton, Colorado, over here on the right. Our friends at Mel Hambleton Ford last weekend, we saw them at Kansas International Dragway as they've got the Hot Wheels replica Ford Mustang. And they were taking care of customers out there. Stop by their showroom, take a look at all of their Blue Oval products. Hergemuller and Moore heading down track. Win light's going to happen for Kyler Hergemuller as Mark Moore got down there trying to catch him and broke out trying. Hergemuller was 009 on the tree, 468 at the finish line at 143, and took the stripe by 67 ten-thousandths of a second, or about the width of a wheel. Mark Moore trying to catch him on the breakout, 511 at 133. Greg Sesty and Victoria Christensen come up next. Sesty from St. Charles, Missouri. That is the Racecraft chassis machine left side with a 503 on the dial-in board. Victoria Christensen right side, the 487 dial. And Victoria Red light start with a 007 red. Greg Sesty, 009 green. 5038. 17,000 total right there for Greg Sesty, picking up the round win. We are still in round number 1. So any of these drivers that might happen to exit in this round of competition can come back up to the tower and buy their way back into the buyback round, which will be coming up in just a few minutes. Kyle Sechrist, Norman, Oklahoma. He's in the aeromotive lane. He's trying to go 469. Bruce Briscoe, right side from Pueblo, West Colorado. Looks up at the O'Reilly scoreboard and sees a 530. So head start right side. $300 difference at the starting line, and it pays off for Bruce Briscoe. 531 on his 530 at 126. He's your winner. He was 010, letting go of the button. Kyle Sechrist, a little bit behind that, 471 on the 469. He was 2 over at 145. So the better run all the way around goes to Bruce Briscoe. J.R. Lobner, Brian Spillers, and Sarah has returned, I think, to tell you about it. For now. She is back for now.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll just call it. I'm back for now. Copy. Lights go down on this pair. Good set of lights for these two. Oh my goodness. 002 on the tree. Brian Spiller is going to take that win light with him with a 562, 122. J.R. Lobner, you're going to come and buy back in, running a 480, 139, but 11 on the tree. All right. Attention in the pits. Buy back. No box buyback. So if you bought back in and you're in no box, come down to lanes 4 and 5. So no box buybacks. That purchased a buyback, no box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. As Carl Jones and Steve Fuller now light up the Christmas tree. Carl in the left lane out of Moline, Kansas. 461 dialed in. Steve dialed in at a 507. And Steve got a 21 on the tree and just went too fast and broke out at the top end. 505, 135 miles per hour. Carl Jones 007 running a 463, 145. Nate Tilson out of KC Mo in the left lane dialed in at 457. Going up against Mr. Tom Williams in the right lane out of Leonardville, Kansas. Dialed in at a 444. Lots of 4s for Tom. Once again, if you bought back in for no box, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. No box buybacks, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Ready to go. Nate Tilson turns it red at the start, so Tom Williams goes on, running dead on with a 356 miles an hour, a 13,000 package for Tom, as Nate is going to come and buy his way back in with a 458, 151. Scott Cook in the aeromotive left lane now out of Festus, Missouri. 486 dialed in. Steve Olson says he's going to go 511 from out of Valley Center, Kansas. Buybacks still happening in the tower. Buybacks are still happening in the tower if you did not win first round, but no box buybacks. No box buybacks. Woo! Need to be in lanes 4 and 5. Need to come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Steve picks up the button a pinch too soon and then breaks out the top end, so he's going to come back in and see Cat. 5'10", 133. Steve Cook hits a 6 on the tree, runs dead on with the 3, 141 miles an hour, so a 9 thou package on that run. Tyler Selden out of Bennington, Nebraska. 5:06 is what he says he's going to dial it in at. Going up against John Goman. 5:06 dial in for him as well. Heads up race there, and Tyler red light, so John goes on with a 5:09 140. Tyler a 5:07 136. Roger Clark out of Excelsior Springs dialed in at a 4:62 in his M&M dragster in the air-motive left lane. O'Reilly right lane is Austin Sharp, dialed in at a 4:75 out of Fort Calhoun, Nebraska. As they're both still kind of inching their way up to that first pre-stage light beam. And just remember, racers, if you were in the money last night and you don't have a W9 on file, come up to the tower and please do so. If you get the money, if you win some money today and you do not have a W9 on file already here at Heartland Motorsports Park for the 2021 season, then come up here and fill one out. I've got them behind me in the tower, and I've got a pile stacking up. As Roger Clark will move on, running dead on with a 448 miles an hour, 18 thou package. Austin Sharp breaks out top end with a 474 147, so he'll come and buy back in. Tiffany Mack out of Grand Island, Nebraska, 526. Yep, I was right on that. 526 dialed in. I wonder if it is a Grand Island in Nebraska.
There is.
There is? Is it an actual island? Oh. Would have been cool.
Yeah.
Going up against Dalton Olson, the O'Reilly right lane, dialed in at a 462. Tiffany's locked in, ready to go, waiting for Dalton. There he is. Greens for the pair. One light slightly better than the other. But it's going to be Dalton Olson moving on. 466 140. Tiffany at 535 128. But she hit a 13 on the tree. So Tiffany, you already know what I'm going to say. Jeremy Maples, last night's runner-up, is now in the left lane, saying it's going to be a 448 dial-in. Going up against Kendra Larson out of Glenwood, Minnesota, dialed in at a 468. And I'm sure Kendra would love to have to make Jeremy buy back in, given the opportunity. And, she hit a great light. Jeremy got off on a great light, but Kendra breaks out in the top end. She breaks out in the top end with a 464 152, and Jeremy Maples creeps his way down to the win. So Kendra Larson, come buy back in. Larry Piper out of Wamego, dialed in at a 460 airmotive left lane. Got to watch his son Todd last night and win it all. He's going up against Tony Fuller from Little Flock, Arkansas. Dialed in at a 499. Larry's got his pre-stage light up, and Tony's got his on.
Okay. No, that's fine. So 135 100.
Yep, these buybacks keep coming. I love it. Tony Fuller gets the win because Larry 1 thousandth of a second too soon. And then he runs dead on with a 4-150, so I know Larry Piper's going to buy back in. And Tony Fuller will move on to the next round with a 498 and 139. We might see him adjust his dial next round or not. We'll see. Brock Hill, 493 dialed in the left lane. Going up against Chris Whitfield from Littleton, Colorado. Dialed in at a 471. Almost identical off the tree, but it's going to be Chris Whitfield taking that win light. 471 with an 8, 142 miles an hour. Brock, a 494, 138 miles an hour. Todd Piper now, last night's winner, going to line up first round against Kaylee Umholtz. Todd a 469 dialing in the left. Kaylee a 480 dialing in the right. And Todd's going to continue his win streak, a 470, 146. Kaylee breaks out at the top and with a 479, 144. All right. Attention in the pits. Final call, no box buybacks. Final call, no box buybacks, lanes 4 and 5. So final call for any of you no box that bought back in to 4 and 5. Go ahead, door cars. If you bought back in, door car buybacks. Go on ahead and head on down to 10 and 11. Door car buybacks. Head on down to 10 and 11. We've got Matt Clark out of KC Mo, 484 dial in the left lane. And Bob Fuller from Rogers, Arkansas, 486 dial in the right lane. And Bob Fuller gets the red light win, moving on, runs dead on with a 143 miles an hour, an 8 thou package for Mr. Fuller. Matt Clark, a little too quick off the button, but runs it out to a 486, 133. There's no shame in the buyback game. Yes! Got another one in. Ken Griffiths from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, 464 dialing. Nope. Going up against Ryan Cran from McPherson, 480 dialing. And Ken, too soon. So he's going to roll it on down. Ryan breaks out with a 479. 144 miles an hour. So Ryan moving on, and Ken will creep on down. Dusty Meyer out of Tonganoxie, dialed in at a 503 in the air-motive lane. And Tim Halberg from Chaplin, Minnesota, dialed in at a 479. Once again, door cars that bought back in. You need to come on down to lanes 10 and 11. Door cars that buy back in. Buy back door cars. Buy back door cars. Come on down to lanes 10 and 11. As Dusty turns a red, Tim Halberg moves on. 480, 142. Dusty of 504, 136. As Ron Cornish and Eric Nazarenas finish out their burnouts and back up so they can head to those pre-stage beams. Ron's in the left lane from Lee Summit, Missouri. 477 dialed in. Going up against Eric Nazarenas out of Westminster, Colorado. Dialed in at a 501. And Warren looks like he wants to say something.
No. I got nothing.
You got nothing for me? All right. That's fine. I guess I can be okay with that. A little bit of a staging duel here. Pair of green lights going down the track. Triple zip for Eric Nazarenas, running a 5:02, 130 miles an hour and going on to the next round. Ron Cornish runs a 478, 143 miles per hour. So he'll buy back in. Buyback still going on at the tower. I did final call for no box buybacks. You guys should all no box buybacks should be in lanes 4 and 5. And door car buybacks, you guys should be heading to lanes 10 and 11 right now. Door car buybacks heading to 10 and 11. As Austin McClure, left lane out of Topeka, 474 dialed in. And going up against Cody Moore, 476 dialed in out of Collinsville, Oklahoma. Close numbers on the tree. Austin breaks out with a 473, 137. Cody Miller runs dead on with a 5-138. Win light, Cody Moore. Austin McClure, you'll buy back in. John Loebner out of DeSoto, Kansas. 62 years young, driving that dragster in the left lane. 471 dialed in. Going up against Chris Edson. Dialed in at a 5 flat out of Mineral Wells, Texas. If you're debating about buying back in, don't debate. You're racing for $20,000. 125 is just, that's the change to get you to that 20K. John's gonna red light, so Chris goes on. 499, 139 for Chris. John runs it out for a 472, 145. So John, he's probably gonna come and buy back in. Mike Nemitz out of Waverly, Nebraska, 473 dialed in left lane. Going up against Isaac Hill from Mount Vernon, Missouri. Dialed in at 491. As they're getting pre-staged and staged. Well, pre-staged at least. Close reaction times, but Isaac Hill will go away with the victory in this round. 492, 139. Mike Nemitz, a 474 on his 473, 145 miles an hour. As Todd Knight in the Tin Soldier gets ready to make his way to his pre-stage light out of Belton, Missouri in the left lane, 472 on his dial. Zach Umholtz dialed in at a 490 from Mulvane, Kansas. And that Yancer dragster that Warren was talking to us about yesterday. And if you don't know about it, it's like a dragster with breakout for Todd Knight with a 471 146. So Zach Umholtz going on, running dead on with a 137 miles an hour, a 15 thou package. So Todd Knight and the Tin Soldier is going to come by back in. Okay. I'll lay off for a little bit. Jerry McGraw out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska, 452 dial in. Thank you. And Danielle Miller dialed in at 488. All right, door car buybacks. Should be in lanes 10, 11. Door car buybacks in lanes 10 and 11. Danielle Miller going to get the win light on this one. 003 on the tree. Runs a 490 with the 141 miles an hour. She moves on to the next round. And I'm going to let Warren talk to you for a minute here, folks. Go ahead.
Okay. I shall do so. Brian Cook, Arnold, Missouri, left side. The Miller car dialed a 514 to the 461 for Toby Chafin out of Clearwater, Kansas. Green light starts for both. They're both 00. Win light's going to go to Brian Cook. He's 006 on this end, dead on 8 at that end. That's 14 thousandths. How about this? Toby Chafin is 007 on the tree. He's dead on 7. That's 14 thousandths. Margin of victory, 1 10,000th of a second. Unbelievable.
Dragster buyback, green card only, 4 and 5.
So we need dragster buybacks. Green card only. Dragster buyback, green card only to lanes 4 and 5. Carson Wheeler. Kendall Umholtz. Carson Wheeler, 453.7 gets the win on the double breakout as he's 3 thou under. Kendall Umholtz 10 thou under, 455.0 on the 456. We're handing out these 00 lights like they're candy up here as Carson goes 009. Troy Ross, Jeremy Lurkey coming up now. Carrie and Jeremy for Larice Motorsports Insurance alongside a bunch of other great sponsors. Larice Motorsports Insurance can provide you end-to-end coverage for your entire racing operation, both on and off the track. Go to their Facebook page and check it out today, or stop by and see Jeremy and Carrie for an immediate on-site quote. Jeremy dialed a 597, fighting some performance issues with his car. Troy Ross, 488. And it'll be Jeremy getting another chance down track as he is green. Troy Ross is red. 599 for Jeremy Lurkey. At 131 for the speed. Troy Ross, 006 red light, 488.9 at 139.79 miles per hour. And the buy run coming up here for Steve Beanie out of Wichita. Got a 499 there on his dragster. See that up on the O'Reilly Auto Parts scoreboard right side of the track. We need dragster green card buybacks to lanes 4 and 5. Dragster green card buybacks to lanes 4 and 5, please. So Steve Beanie says, Well, let me just show you what I can do as it goes trip, zip on the starting line. Perfect reaction time. And then it goes down there 5 flat at 130. Just on a little show-off pass. And with that, I believe first round is complete.
Yes, first round in the books.
First round is in the books. Next thing you see will be the buyback round. And basically the way it works is this. All of our buybacks come back up here. You get a win light, you go on to round 2. You have to turn on a win light to get to the second round of this race. Some of them did it here in first round. Some of them are going to do it in the buyback round. But this is the buybacks coming up. Hey, we'd like to tell you about our other sponsors as well. We just told you about backlotcars.com a minute ago. Stinnett Automotive and Racing is the most trusted source for engines, transmissions, and carburetors. Whether you're looking for a turnkey engine assembly or parts and pieces to complete your build, let the professional staff at Stinnett Automotive be your one-stop connection to more than 30 of the highest respected manufacturers in drag racing. Don't just race, dominate with Stinnett Automotive. We'd also like to thank Moon Tees. Moon Tees is your one-stop shop for all merchandising needs. T-shirts for a bachelorette party? New uniforms for the softball team? Moon Tees orders, prints, and ships direct to you. Learn all about the options that Moon Tees can provide at their website, Moon Tees. That's MOONTEES.net. And also, my buddies Cameron Foray and Don O'Neill. And here's the copy I've been handed. Racers in Rental Cars is the greatest podcast on earth. Well, that might be a stretch. It's pretty good. Greatest on earth might be stretching a little bit. But it is a great listen. You can learn marketing and motorsports, the do's and the don'ts, and everything else that can guide you to a stronger program. Whether you want to learn about signing new sponsors, keeping your existing ones, you'll want to check out the RIRC podcast. Download it today on iTunes, Spotify, or wherever else you listen to your favorite podcasts. That's Racers in Rental Comms.
Number of cars I've bought back in so far for no box and door car.
And again, a thanks goes out to backlotcars.com. You want fresh trades at your fingertips? Direct access to wholesale inventory from new car stores? Well, look no further than backlotcars.com. You can browse their inventory, view mechanical inspections, and make an offer. Visit backlotcars.com or Car Global, that's KARglobal.com, to view now. Thanks to all of them for their support, and also thanks to our sponsors for DragRacer.tv, as they're helping keep free live streaming on the air. Bob McCosh Chevrolet over in Columbia, Missouri. If you're looking for a new or used Chevrolet product, you can go online or drive on over to Columbia, Missouri and take a look at their extensive inventory. Just remember, when you are in the market, Bob McCosh makes the difference. We got plenty more to tell you about. Wagner's Classic Cars. Scott and Wyatt Wagner out here this weekend, racing that good-looking Chevelle out here, that forest green Chevelle. A beautiful car. If you want to see inventory like that and a whole lot more, go see WagnersClassicCars.com. They have a very wide selection of some of the most pristine, cleanest, classic hot rods and daily drivers that you could lay your eyes on. Talk to Scott or Wyatt or stop by their website, WagnersClassicCars.com. And with that, we're going into door cars.
Michael Wilson, this is buyback, no box.
This is your buyback, no box round, as we've got the yellow Malibu on the left.
Michael Wilson, that should be Chris.
We're getting down into that 2 go down, 1 come back territory as the first gen Camaro breaks out down there, 719 on the 721. The Malibu moves on, 741 at 88 miles per hour. So again, this is an elimination round. And it looks like the Chevelle Classic wagon over there in the left-hand side getting a little bit of additional assistance trying to get the burnout completed over there on the left. Jesse Hoag's Hoagie wagon. How about that? The Hoagie wagon. And he'll pair up alongside Michael Town. The Buick Regal over here for the Two Barrel Brothers. Stock Eliminator legal machine over here. And at the finish line, it's going to be Hoag for the win in the wagon. 7:08.2, dead on 2 at 92. For Michael Town, 6:75 at 98. And that entry is done. Again, since we run buybacks in a separate category here, can't really tell you who's who because that information is not in the computer. But the Camaro on the left turns it red. Win light over here, the Mustang on the right. 6:39 at 1:08 to go on to the next round. Second gen Camaro over there on the left-hand side, alongside the second gen Camaro over here on the right. Left side, red light. Right side, 009 on the win light. 612 on the win at 111. Left side turning it red and going 633.9 at 106 on the loss. Vega left, Camaro right. 614 the dial in left, 669 on the Camaro on the right hand side. They make their move towards the 8th mile mark. Double breakouts, 668.8. Breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Gets the win over here on the right-hand side. The Camaro goes on. The Vega is done 612 on the 614 at 108. Left side, Fred Kaufman. He'd sure like to work here. Hint, hint. 741 dial in left. 7 flat dial in right. Again, second gen Camaros all around. So Kaufman gets to come back and play in round number 2. 741.7 at 92. He's dead 7. Red light start right side for the yellow Camaro, 703 at 97 miles per hour. Dragster. Green card buybacks, green card only buybacks back to the lanes. So some breakage there for the little Nova that would have pulled up on the left side. That means the Duster of Chase Nelson goes on to the next round because of the competition single as his paired opponent broke in the water box. Green card dragsters to the lanes for your buybacks. That didn't sound right at all. That's okay. 630 with a 2 at 108. Dead on 2 over here right side for the Duster. Firebird left, S10 right. Left side, the Firebird dial to 757 gets the head start. The S10 will be the chaser, 698 there on the window.
But anyway, so that.
It's going to be the Firebird getting the job done. Another dead-on run. How about a dead-on 3? 757.3 at 88 miles an hour. Behind on the reaction timer. 701 on the 698 right side for the S10. Margin of victory 15 thousandths at the finish line. The Vega Camback wagon over on the left and the Mach 1 Mustang on the right.
Crosstalk.
It is 125 today. Okay. What if you're no box, no car, box, no.
Here comes that Camaro already with a wing light flashing. 548 at 135 for the Camaro Roadster. Red light start over here on the left. Two more nice, clean little hot rods. Nova left side. Chevelle right. We talked about it a minute ago. This car's for sale over here on the right-hand side. And they'll like it just a little bit better since it turns on a win light. Red light start on the left. Right side, Wyatt Wagner with a 627 at 108 for the win. 640 coupled with a red light start over on the left-hand side for the little Chevy 2. So Wagner 10 on the tree, but had it already won because of the red light. So I heard a little story about this car over on the left side. The car number is 5MLZ because the 5 looks like an S. They affectionately call this car Smalls, as in, you're killing me, Smalls. Rick Huffman in the little Chevette over there on the left-hand side, former Nick Duty car. Right side, Ron Evans, the 63 split window. 642 left, 586 right. They both turn it red. One light goes to the right side because of true start. The better red light goes to the right side, 584 at 131 for Evans. Next up, the Ford Ranger left side.
That's the guy you said was on
636 the dial in for the Ford Ranger. Right side, Craig Butler's Citation. .001 on the red side for Craig Butler. Win light, Ranger 636-0, dead zero at 106. It's amazing how many double O lights and dead on runs we've seen all day long. And the hits just keep on coming. Mike Vitamus over on the left side, the Pontiac. He calls it Intensifier. And on the right side, this is Phil Unruh's Camaro Roadster. Top end, it's going to be Phil going on to the next round. 623.7 at 139. He was 16 on the tree. Vitamus was actually closer to his dial-in, 649.3 at 103, but behind at the starting line by 1/100th of a second. And guess what? Margin of victory, 62 10,000ths of a second, goes to the Camaro.
You know your car's better than me. This is working out great.
The Malibu takes off left alongside the Chevelle on the right. Chevelle on the right side's 002 up front and goes 556 at 120 to turn on a win light and go on to round number 2. Left side, the Malibu 626, 1 over, but the reaction time 033, not close enough to move him on. Camaro and Camaro, left and right. Third gen Camaro, left side, dial to 677. First gen Camaro, right side, dial to 609. Fourth out, separate them up front. Top end, a double breakout. Going to go the way of the third gen red Camaro, 675.0 on the 677. He was 21 on the tree. So he broke out by 20 thousandths of a second. The first gen Camaro breaks out by 21 thousandths of a second, 606.9 on the 609. So, margin of victory 16 10,000ths to be exact. It's like Jeff Duncan coming up left side now in his Camaro. Right side turns the tire a little bit, leaving the starting line, but still gets the win light. 623 at 110. He was 12 on the tree for Jeff Duncan, 578, 7 off at 117. Was not expecting that out of the Camaro out of Booty, Illinois. But that's all right. They tell me they are having a great, great weekend. Having a blast out here in central Kansas. Chevelle left, Batmobile right. Batmobile too quick. Breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second, 601.3 on the 602. Win light, left side, the Chevelle 760 with a 1, dead on 1 at 89 miles an hour. Again, dead on runs as far as the eye can see. Two more rally striped Camaros coming up now. Red on white versus black on gray. It's going to be the black and gray machine getting it done. Another dead on run, 643.0, dead zero for the win. And the red and white Camaro was behind at the starting line, trying to get there. 579.5 at 126. Still getting there second. Square body S10 over there on the left alongside the 70 Nova over here on the right. 636 for the blue and gray truck. 548 for the black and gray Nova. 6:34.9. That's a breakout left side for the pickup truck. Dead on 6 right side for the Nova. Gets the job done. 5:48.6 on the 5:48. 1:26 for the Speed. Winner right side. The Sport Fury left side and the 62 Impala on the right. Classic hot rods. 645 left. 622 right. The battle of the classic hot rods, it's going to the Mopar. 647 at 107 left side. Right side 625 on the 22 dial.
First round or back round.
So how about this matchup? Left side, Gary Stennett. Yes, that Gary Stennett. This side, Matt Driscoll. Yes, that Matt Driscoll. How does that happen? Well, it just happens. Driscoll too quick, 6:18.3 at 110. Had him covered on the tree. But Stennett sticks the landing as he goes dead one. 560 with a 1 at 123. He was behind a little bit, letting go of the button. Both of them builders of horsepower. And Stennett, the engine builder, goes on to take out Driscoll, the engine builder, here in the buyback round. The Oldsmobile wagon yanks him out of the beams, turns on a wind light as the red light over here on the right. 565.8 on the 565, but leaves way too early. The Oldsmobile wagon gets the win. 603 on the 604 at 112. Orange and white Camaro. All gray Mustang. For Lucas Oil over here on the right-hand side, oh, by the way, Sarah probably told you about the Lucas Oil contingency program. If you buy their oil or you buy their transmission and differential lube, put the sticker on the car, go to an NHRA divisional race, and put it in the winner's circle, you're going to win cash. Cold, hard cash. They also have contingency programs and other race programs for categories of all kinds, including bracket programs. He'll have plenty of time to talk to you as he turns it red, and he is done, headed for the trailer. By the way, left side goes 8-pack on you as he's 003 dead 5. Oldsmobile 442. Left side. And he'll go on the red Oldsmobile 630 at 94 miles an hour. Both of them off the throttle at the top end. As the right side was 628 on the 595 at 115 miles an hour. Not sure what kind of problem there was. Here's Rick Huffman hot lapping it right back up here with his second re-entry. Is that right? Second re-entry. The Smalls Chevette. Try that again. Smalls Chevette. Can he make it 1 for 2? Why, yes. Yes, he can. Thank you very much.
The Chevette's still in.
007. 650 with a 3. 99 miles an hour. His competition got down there. Got there first, broke out by 4. 10,000ths of a second. Broke out by 1/1000th of a second. That's all she wrote. Right side your winner this time, and again, not that I'm saying this too much, but he was dead on with a 1. I think I've counted maybe 30 dead on with a small digit.
Yeah, at least.
It's been unbelievably great.
At least.
Oh yeah, 012 on the tree. The Chevelle wagon. The fastback Mustang. Oh yeah, we did just see these guys a minute ago. And the wagon gets it done. 710 on the 707. 91 miles an hour. The Mustang 665 on the 62 dial at 101. Hey, just a reminder, if you win this buyback round, what that means is you're going into round 2 of competition. Not sure if that was clear or not, but the buyback round is a separate round, and winners go into round number 2. Hang on, we're getting ready to call some more cars. So I was about to leave me a cryptic note. Fortunately, she has very legible handwriting. She's not Dr. Sarah, she's Announcer Sarah. DRBB. Oh, how about dragster buybacks? Blue card buybacks to 10 and 11. So dragster blue buybacks to 10 and 11, please. Dragster buyback blue category to 10 and 11, please. And I think we got dragsters coming up next, don't we? We think so. The green buybacks. Green buybacks, you should be there. Blue buybacks, we have called you as well.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
All right. Attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. We have a racer in need. If you have a 12-inch fan, Mr. Ron Evans needs to borrow it. Pits. He's pitted south of the main pit area by the tech building on the end. So you'll see him pit back there. 12-inch fan needed. Help a racer in need if you need to. All dragster buyback green cards, you guys should all be in lanes 4 and 5 already. So dragster buyback blues, 10 and 11. Dragster buyback blues, come on down to 10 and 11. And Glenn Dilday won his buyback round, so he'll be going on to round 2. Buyback winners, you move on to round 2 in your class and card. So, and Warren's doing an excellent job with these buybacks. He's a little bit more knowledgeable in the car department than I am, so I'm going to let him continue entertaining you.
Thank you, Sarah. So we are still working our way through the door car buybacks. These racers hot lapping it back up here as they, unfortunately for them, had to pick up 2 different re-entry opportunities. Left side, the Chevelle. Vinyl topped machine over there. Dialed to 554. Right side, here's Phil Unruh. Unruh off and running on a 623. He's 624 at 139, but the reaction time worked him over there a little bit. 002 light on the left side for the Chevelle, and that translates into a winner. 557 at 123 miles an hour. So I think, door cars are done, which means dragsters coming up now. And again, as we told you, these buybacks are being run in a separate category on the computer, so there won't be any driver information for me to look at. But if I know them, I'll tell you. And on the left side, because he put his name about 1.5 feet tall on the side of the car, this is Team Shorn over there on the left. And right side, no idea. 452 left, 487 right. Well, both drivers doing a good job. Left side with a 004 light, 2 over 454 at 150. Right side, 20 on the tree, 1 over 488. Package that up, 11 ten thousandths of a second margin of victory for the multicolored car on the right-hand side. Two more coming up now. Left side, dial to 478. Right side, 452. And I believe this is Robbie Gear over here on the right for backlotcars.com. Head start goes to the left side. Both staged and ready. Well, Robbie Gear, let's go perfect. 000, and then goes 453.5. He's over by 15 thou on the win. Left side 008 on the tree, and he's 15 thou over 479.5 on the 478. So they're both over by the same amount. Margin of victory completely on the reaction timer, as a trip zip is much better in this case than a 008. Which, by the way, would win 80% of the rounds out here, but not that one. Answer car goes red. Top end win light, left side, 472 at 147. Right side red light starting at 491 at 136. Blue category dragster buybacks to lanes 10 and 11. Blue category dragster buybacks to lanes 10 and 11. We need you. If you're not there, come on up. .486 the dial in left side in the automotive lane. .461 the dial in right side in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. And it's another red light start deciding this race. Left side goes red, right side 461.6, that's dead on 6. 017 reaction time, 149 for the speed. Left side 007 on the red side, letting go. 487.3 at 141. Next up, left side, car 5420 with a 459 dial in. Right side, car 541 trying to go 486. Win light, left side, 459.4. He is dead 4. Right side, dead 3, 486.3. Both cars run the number. 14 thousandths difference on the reaction timer goes to the left side, as does the win. Two more coming up right now, left side. That is car 55. With a 504 on the board. 502 the dial in right side for car 530C.
Remind everybody.
5030 at 137 is more breakout than the 5018 on the 502 on the right side. So winner on the double breakout right side, 136 for the speed.
If you're running.
Final call for the blue category dragster buybacks. Final call, blue category dragster buybacks. We need you to the staging lanes 10 and 11. Final call for blue category dragster buybacks. This is the buyback round. We are running buybacks right now. Winners go on to round 2. This is the buyback round. Left side, dial 514, goes 014, runs 514. A lot of 14s there. All of them prove to be winning numbers. 491 the left side for car 5064. 455 right side for car UX68. 455.7 coupled with a 001. That's an 8-pack on the right, getting it done. Left side was 009, leaving the starting line already mathematically ineligible, and broke out getting to the stripe first. 490 with a 2 on the 491 dial-in. Now it's car 5327 left side, dialed in a 471. And 5966 right side, dialed at 559. Again, final call already given for the blue category dragsters in the buyback round. Lanes 10 and 11. This is the buyback round. In fact, it's almost the end of the buyback round. Winner goes on to round number 2. Who's it going to be? Won't know from up here. They're 3 thou apart. At the finish line, it's going to be a win light going to the left side. 472 on the 471. 014 on the reaction timer. 144 for the speed. That is a 1 over run. Right side goes 2 over. 561 at 122. 17 on the tree. Pretty good is not good enough this time around. Car 586 left side with a 471 dial in. Takes on car 5612 dialed a 479. And it's all over at the start. The red light left side gives the win light right side. 004 on the tree right side. 7th thou under 478.3 at 144. Doesn't matter. The red light start left side and a dead 3. 471.3 at 146. We keep making our way through these cars. Left side, dialed to 472, the dragster. 5822 is the car number. Right side, the shorty American car on the right, 5775, dialed to 479. 0.07 of a second head start over here on the right. Right side gets the job done for the win, 480 at 144. Left side turns it red by 003, then goes dead 1 on the exit at 146. Dragsters, we got them. You want them. This time around, left side's dialed to 481, right side at 509. The gold and black car gets to go first. The red and black car gets to go on the chase. And gives up 300ths at the starting line on the right side. Win light. Left side, 13 on the tree, 3 over 484 at 139. The gold car was 3 behind at the starting line and goes 2 over. And that's a pretty big window in this day and age.
Yeah, we need no box double entry and green cards for round 2.
So all of the buyback cars have been called. We now need to call no box, double entry, and green to lanes 4 and 5 for round 2. No box, double entry, and green cars to lanes 1 and 2. I'm sorry, lanes 4 and 5 for round 2. Lanes 4 and 5 for round 2. A breakout left side gives the win to the right side, 507 at 134 for the win. More dragsters rolling up now. I believe left side, that's the Selden Motorsports machine, and right side, this is Austin Sharp. Left side dialed to 507, right side a 475, head start left side. Again, no box, double entries, and green cards to lanes 4 and 5 for your round number 2. So 5:07.3 on a 5:07. Not good enough. Reaction time 16 on the tree, 1 over 476 at 143. Gives the win right side to Austin Sharp. 59.84 over on the left, dialed to 474. Right side 41.10 is dialed to 476. Again, no box double entries and green cards to lanes 4 and 5 for round 2. So an 025 dead 1 beats an 030 dead 2. Very close drag race right there. Margin of victory 68 10,000ths of seconds. Going to the right hand side. Car 4110, 476 at 139 to move on to the next round. Two more coming up now. Left side dial to 530, right side of 465. Left side leaves a little early. 006 red light. Right side sees the win light come on. 464, 151 for the win. Would have been a double breakout had it not been that pesky red light. Left side 529.5 and done. Car 5321 left side taking on car 5790 right. 5321 dialed a 483. 5790 dialed a 479. 0.04 of a second handicap start going to the car on the right. Excuse me, to the left. To the left, to the left. All your stuff in a box to the left. Something like that. I don't know. Whatever Beyonce says, just pay attention. 9-pack, left side, 004 plus dead on 5. That's all you need to keep on going. 483.5 at 140. Left side, 478.8, breaking out by 0.02 of a second. 20 on the tree. And as Ryan Gleghorn would say, no good. 511 left side along with the 459 right. Another 00 light. This time that's on the left side, but the win line on the right side. Left side goes 005 up front, but 4 over 515 at 128. Right side, 18 on the tree, and dead 6. 459.6 on the 459 at 149. There are those numbers for you folks at home.
Okay, what lanes?
Car 5X37 pulls up now left side of the track alongside the car on the right, 5386, dialed to 473. Head start left side. I'm seeing Sarah writing furiously. I think it's instructions, but it could be a grocery list. 005 left, 011 right. 494.1 on a 494 left. So So your 005, dead one, a 6-pack. The other guy's 11. He's thinking, that's good. Doesn't matter what he does. He's got no window. He does go dead 7 at 139 to go put it back in the trailer and think about it till tomorrow. Look at all this. Final call for no box, double entry in green cars to 4 and 5 for round 2. Door card, double entry in green cards to 10 and 11 for round 2. So again, final call, no box, double entry and green cards to 4 and 5. Door cars, double entries and greens to 10 and 11 for round 2. Well, it's not quite a 6-pack, but how about a 7-pack right side? 004 and dead on 3 makes a 7. Left side was just in the way with a dead 7, 478. If they'd have been trip zip on the starting line, the best they could have done was tie. It's crazy, people. Crazy, crazy, I tell you. Got it. The Fordzilla left side, that is Keith Kuhn. Taking on the dragster right side. Kuhn dialed a 564 will get a second plus head start. The dragster dialed a 455 will be on the chase, trying to gather him up. And the door slammer goes 5 thousandths of a second too quick, breaking out by 5 thou. 563.5 on the 564. Had the better light, but too much wind stripe. It took 32 and broke out by 5. Had a window. Right side, 2 over with a 1, 457 1 at 151. But his wind light's flashing. So Ron Evans, I see, comes back up here. Looks like Ron must have come up with his part. Had been looking for a cooling fan, a 12-inch cooling fan. '63 Corvette over here on the right-hand side. The black dragster on the left. Dragster dialed to 460. Corvette will be a ways out there, waiting for that dragster to come blowing by. Ron Evans late getting off the line, wind light left side. Dragster goes on. Ron Evans' day is done. Here's car 588 on a single pass here. Looks like it may be our final buyback competitor. I like that time ticket, as it's 12 thousandths total. 009 on the let go. Dead on 3 at the finish line. 488.3 at 140, coupled with a reaction time of 009. Makes a nice lap even on the single. So not sure if we got any dragsters that'll be coming back up or not. We do need door card double entries and green cards to lanes 11 and 12 for round 2.
10 and 11.
Did I say 11 and 12? I did. Sorry, 10 and 11. You guys would have figured it out. You're all smart. I, on the other hand, might be a little delirious at the moment.
Not you.
Speaking of delirious announcers, Bob Unkefer will be here next weekend
Yes, he will.
as part of the Lucas Oil Divisional Drag Racing Group. Out here as the NHRA West Central Division 5 team will be here for a double divisional, 2 divisional races back to back, Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday. Plus, for the regional alcohol competitors in Top Alcohol Dragster and Top Alcohol Funny Car next weekend right here at Heartland Motorsports Park.
Copy it.
Hey, it's door block. No,
God, time.
door car, no box. No box door car time.
Wait for the warrant time.
And guess what, folks? You don't have to listen to me anymore.
At least for a little bit.
At least for a little bit, that's right. But Daryl Goheen and Tyler Wodarczyk are going to show you how it gets done, and Sarah's going to tell you how it works.
Thank you, Lifesaver Warren. As they get ready to go. Oh, I haven't done this in a little bit. All right. Attention in the pits. Last and final call. Door card, double entry, and green cards to lanes 10 and 11. Last and final call for door card, double entry, and green cards. Dragsters, double entered dragsters and green cards. Start making your way to lanes 4 and 5 for me, please. Dragster and green cards, 4 and 5 for round number 2. As Daryl and Tyler go down the track, double breakout win over to Daryl Goheen. Runs a 7:06 on the 7:07 dial, 94 miles an hour. Tyler Wodarczyk, way too fast, 6:09 on his 6:11 dial, 107. Mark Hogue, Boss Hog in the 67 Nova. Whew. Lots of S's. Dialed in at a 6:30 left lane, going up against Mr. Josh Peterson out of Abilene, Kansas in the 68 Camaro. Dialed in at a 6:68. That'd be funny if he did it the 68 because his car's a 68. Haha. I know. Bad joke. Good thing I'm only full of a few of those. But Josh Peterson is going to get the win light over Mark Hogue with a 6:69 with an 8:102. Mark Hogue a 6:33 as Michael Wilson in his sunflower yellow Malibu dialed in at 7:40 left lane, going up against John Malgins. Can't remember how we decided your last name, John. But away we go with green lights on the pair. Double breakout win over to John with a 581 127. Michael too fast set 736.91. John gives me another round to work on his last name. Tyler Banks out of St. Joseph in the left lane, 550 dialed in. Todd Hone dialed in at a 6:01 out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Oh, we got the name of this car. It is the 68 Batbird.
How about that?
I like it. A 68 Batbird. No, Batbird. I got Warren good with that one. 2 double-O lights. Double breakout. 004 for Tyler Banks, breaking out at 549, 131. But your winner, Todd Hone, 001 light and broke out with a 6 flat with a 3, 113. 73 Camaro of Jared Stedman now in that aeromotive left lane, dialed in at 632 out of Derby, Kansas. Tim Nicholson out of Concordia, Kansas in the 66 Chevy 2, 641 on the dial. So this means, doesn't that mean we can see Batbird again after last round? Yeah, I believe so. Jared and Tim double breakout win over to Jared Stedman 630 110. Tim 638 105. Trevor Ruge out of Topeka 628 dialing at 885 Camaro going up against Jeff Rates. And Jeff will break out, and Trevor Ruge will move on to round number 3. Joe LeBlanc in his 80 Malibu left lane 686 dialed in, going up against Justin Jenkins in that 08 Cobalt in the right lane at a 622. Green lights for the pair. And Justin Jenkins turns on the win lane at the top end. 625 103 to Joe 686 99. Justin got him on the light. Who is? As this next pair goes down the track, double breakout win over to Mr. Fred Kaufman, the wannabe HMP employee. He gets that double breakout win. We'll move on to the next round with 738, 92 miles an hour to the right lane, 616, 113. Lindsay Piper lines up to a familiar face of Chase Nelson. Lindsay left lane in that 88 Firebird 756 dial-in, and Chase Nelson a 630 dial-in. All right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All door car, double entry, and green cars. All door car, double entry, and green cars should be in lanes 10 and 11 for round 2. And Chase Nelson will take the win. 10 on the tree, 631 104 to a dead on 9, 93, but a 23 on the tree for Lindsay. Yeah, I didn't get those. Okay. Jesse Hogue out of Baldwin City, 707 dial-in in the Hoagie wagon. Going up against Wyatt Wagner in the 66 Chevelle out of Bonner Springs, Kansas, 632 dial-in. That's not fun. Wyatt Wagner hits a 002 light and breaks out at the top with a 627 108. as Jesse Hogue and the wagon slowly go down the track. So it seems like Jesse's day is done. And that is round 2 for no box green cards in the books. All right. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Second call. We'll just do second call here for dragster double entry and green cards. Dragster double entry and green cards 4 and 5. Daryl Gear out of Excelsior Springs, Missouri. 64 Sport Fury, 646 dial-in, going up against Alan Butler in the 92 Camaro, 627 dial-in. Pre-stage lights are on. Daryl Gear will turn it red at the start, and Alan Butler with a 26 on the tree, a 622 111 moves on to the next round. Max Peterson, 92 Grand Prix, 520 dial-in, going up against Matt Driscoll and the Ghost Rider S10 pickup, 618 dial-in. Oopsie. So Driscoll will get a little bit of a head start. Wheels up, wheels down, keeps it straight and going as Max chases him down and breaks out at the top end. Matt Driscoll running dead on with a 314 thou package at 109 miles an hour. Max Peterson of 519 with 131 miles per hour. As Jamie Cordell out of Wichita, Kansas in the 64 Chevy 2, 638 dial-in in the left lane, going up against Terry Edwards with a 613 dial-in in the 2000 S10 pickup. Kansas driver in the left, Missouri driver in the right. Jamie Cordell lets off the button too soon. Terry Edwards goes on. 612 114. Jamie Cordell is 638 with a 106 miles an hour. Brandon Faunensteel now in the left lane from Plainville, Kansas in the 80 Camaro, 716 dialed in. Going up against Mr. Steve Livingood, dialed in at a 628 in the 81 Huckus Puckus Malibu.
Look for that blue wagon that broke.
Okay. Hopefully I was doing the right thing.
lights for the pair as they go down the track. The winner is going to be Steve Livingood in the Huckus Puckus Malibu. 629, 102 miles an hour. Brandon, a 718, 93 miles an hour. Will Crotty now in the air mode of left lane, 572 dialed in on the 75 Monza. And Chris Cheney in the 71 Nova dialed in at a 626. Will represent Belton, Missouri. Chris Claremore, Oklahoma. Chris Cheney, let's go with the button too soon. Will Crotty, 22 on the tree, 571, 121 win. Excuse me, he's trying to burp. Wayne Cook in the left lane, 527 dialed in the 68 Camaro out of Hillsboro, Missouri. Frank Duran, 622 dialed in for the 62 Impala out of Alamosa, Colorado.
So what do you think? Well, on fire.
The tree, you should have a reaction time.
Correct.
He broke out.
I think he rolled.
Which means if he took the tree, he should be the winner.
Well, Frank Duran will
Camera at the right angle.
take that run by himself as Wayne Cook
Well, if he comes up to national
is not able to make the pass. So we will push him
back up again just a little bit to watch him launch.
out. And get ready for the next pair.
That's good. I can do it frame by frame if that helps you.
I don't like trusty stuff. That's about as accurate.
And we got Cook out of the way. All right. Attention in the pits. Final call, dragster double entry and green cards. Double entered dragsters and greens to lanes 4 and 5. Final call for you guys. First call, no box blue. To lanes 10 and 11. No box blue to lanes 10 and 11. As Stahlbomber turns the tree red and Dwayne Ross will go on to the next round. Dustin Shore now in that wagon in the left lane. 603 dialed in. Going up against Shane Herman and the Chevelle 556. And Shane Herman will get the red light win to move on to round number 3. He runs dead on with a 124 miles an hour. Dustin Shore, just a smidgen, very small smidgen. Bob Gilmore now lines up in the 90 Camaro out of Arc City, 586, dialed in the left lane, going up against Paul Masick from Malkin, Nebraska, in his 67 Camaro, dialed in at a 431. Low numbers on the tree, and Bob Gilmore moves on, 588, 116. Paul Masick breaks out at the top end with a 641, 106. Gary Stinnett in the left lane from Emporia, Kansas, in the 67 Chevy, dialed in 595. Glenn Dilday says he's going to go 550 in the 70 Nova in the right. Double Reds and Gary Stinnett will get the win on the double Reds. They both run it out. Gary a 561, 123. Glenn a 552, 125. Paul Winkelbauer now in the left lane. 636 dialed in the 88 Ranger. Rick Huffman 643 dialed in the 78 Chevette. And the Chevette moves on. Red light win for Rick Huffman in that Chevette. Paul, let's go of the trigger, about .006. 644, 104 for Rick. And a 678, for Paul. Larry Zieber now in the 79 Pinto, back at it in the left lane. 658 dialed in. Kurt Huffman, 620 dialed in the 55 Bel Air. Really something you don't see every day. Once again, all dragster double entered and green cards should be in the lanes 4 and 5. And no box blues. No box blues should be heading to 10 and 11. And Larry turns it red, and Kurt Huffman goes triple zip, runs it out with a 619, 111. Larry kind of creeping there towards the end. But Kurt Huffman and that Bel Air moves on. Carl Jones, 565 dialed in, left lane. Jason Rollins, Plattsmouth, Nebraska, 621, red light. Carl Jones moves on. Don't forget, racers, do not forget, if you win any money between last night and all the way through Sunday, and you don't have a 2021 W9 on file, come see us up in the tower. We'll make sure you get one filled out, and we'll add it to my pile. As our last pair of door cars get ready to go down the track, Scott Grubb from Parkville in the left wheels up as he takes on Ron Evans in the right. And it's going to be Evans. They both went both dialed in 587. Evans runs a 588 with a 4. Scott a 588 with a 6. The 7th out on the tree made a difference. So round 2 for door car green cards in the books. As dragsters now are going to come up at us. Brian Cook and Bruce Briscoe. I like your last name. Bruce Briscoe. Start us off. Brian in the left. 514 dialed in, Arnold, Missouri. Bruce Briscoe out of Pueblo, West Colorado. Quite the drive. Thanks for joining us. 531 dialed in. All right. No box blues. You should be Almost all of you should be in 10 and 11. No box blue cards. No box blues. Double reds. And Bruce Briscoe gets to stay alive. Runs it out to a 530, 128. Brian a 516, 133. As Greg Sesty now out of St. Charles, Missouri, 504 dial in the left. Randy Smith, 435 dial in the right out of Riverside, Missouri. Getting those pre-stage lights on. Now the stage lights. Gary says he turns it green with a 14 and runs it out dead on 4, 135, an 18 thou package as Randy Smith turns it red. Still runs a 436, 161. Matt Selden, 486 dialed in out of Omaha, Nebraska in our left air motive lane. O'Reilly right lane, Colin Cole out of Lincoln, Nebraska, 474 dial in. As the next pairs are waiting patiently. And they're ready to go. Both turn it green. Who's it gonna be? Matt cut the better light, but Colin's gonna take the win, running dead on 143 miles an hour, 35 thou package. Matt 15 on the tree and runs a 488, 140. Carson Wheeler out of Wichita, Kansas, 454 is what he plans on running. Going up against Kaylee Umholtz, 479. Out of Mulvane, Kansas. Both pre-staged. Now they're both locked in. Carson Wheeler will see that wind light flash and still makes a good pass. 18 on the tree, dead on with a 7, 152 miles an hour. Kaylee Umholtz, red lights at the beginning, runs a 480, 143. Yep, we're in round 2. We're now no matter what. 2 go down, 1 come back. 2 go down, 1 come back. We'll keep playing that game until we are down to 1 final car. Matt Clark and Isaac Hill. Clark in the left, 484 out of KC Mo. Isaac in the right, 492 out of Mount Vernon, Missouri. Isaac's locked in. Now Matt's locked in. Pretty close on the reaction times as Matt Clark breaks out at the top and with a 483, 139 miles an hour. Isaac Hill will keep on rolling with his day, 493, 139 miles an hour. Dan Pluta out of Omaha, Nebraska, 485 dialed in left lane. Chris Whitfield, Littleton, Colorado, 479 dialed in. All right. Attention in the pits. No box blue cards. No box blue cards. 10 and 11, final call. Chris Whitfield will get the win on that one as Dan Pluta breaks out with a 484, 141. Chris moves on with a 482, 134 as Jerry McGraw and Toby Chafin, sorry, get ready to light up the bulbs. All right. Attention in the pits. Last and final call. No box blue cards to 10-11. Door car blue. Start heading to 7 and 8. Door car blue, 7 and 8. So final call, no box blue. Door car blue, 7 and 8. As Jerry McGraw takes the win light dead on with a 153 miles an hour. Toby, good pass with a 462, 149 miles an hour. Roger Humph out of Madison, South Dakota, 481. Dial in. Against Matt Rose in the right lane out of Gretna, Nebraska, 472. Rogers locked in. Now Matt. Green and green. And it'll be Roger out of Madison moving on. 484, 142 miles an hour. And Matt, a 475, 146 miles an hour. Paul Brazy and his Bantam out of St. Mary's, 541 is what he wants to run this round in the left. Robbie Gear, he wants to run a 452 out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri. Robbie Gear with an 18 on the tree moves on with a 454, 139. Paul blinked, I think, before he went with a 58 on the tree, 542, 125. Nate Tilson out of KC Mo, left lane, 460. Jeremy Smith, 471 out of Edmond, Oklahoma. Almost identical starts, and I mean, literally almost identical, in double breakout victory over to Jeremy Smith. 470 with a 6, 147. Nate Tilson, 459 with a 5, 147. Bo the Toolman Sanders, left lane, 482. Kyler Hergemuller out of Brighton, Colorado, 465. So thankful for Warren helped me figure out these last names. Add it to my list. Because I really don't like, I mean, some of you are like, oh, people butcher my name all the time. Well, I have one of those too. I'm not a fan, and I don't want to butcher your guys' names. That's just plain and simple. So Kyler Hergemuller, you get to say your name for another round as you take the win. 10 on the tree, 466, 142. Bo Toolman Sanders, 003 on the tree, but breaks out with a 481, 143. Todd Piper in the left lane, 470 dialing out of St. George, Kansas, in his 2014 Racecraft dragster, going up against Victoria Christensen from Strasburg, Colorado, in her 2016 American dragster. She's out in a 488. So Victoria will get to leave just a hair faster. Just like that. Great double O lights for both this pair. And Victoria Christensen does it. Takes out Todd Piper. She runs dead on with a 6 thou package, 138 miles an hour. Todd Piper, 009, 471, 147 miles an hour. As Don Fries out of Omaha, Nebraska, 507 dial-in, and Kendall Umholtz out of DeSoto, Kansas, 455 dial-in. Don Fries, 005, runs it out, 508, 135 for the win. Kendall Umholtz, 13 on the tree, 458, 150. Cody Moore now and Jason Chapin get ready to light it up. Jason in the right lane, 501 out of Lincoln, Nebraska. And Cody Moore, 476 out of Collinsville, Oklahoma. Oklahoma, where the sun shines. Dun, 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 dun. There you guys go. Green light, Cody Moore. Red light, Jason Chapin. So Jason's day is done. Cody Moore runs it out, 006, 477, 138. Jason of 501, 136. Todd Knight and the Tin Soldier Miller. Wait, I said that wrong. Todd Knight's Tin Soldier Dragster. 471 dialed in, and Jeremy Maples. And Jeremy Maples winner from last night and runner up go out in the same round. So all you others, no fear. Winner and runner up from last night, no longer here. Unless they might be double entered, but maybe not. But yeah. So Todd Knight, 007 on the tree, dead on with an 845 miles an hour. Jeremy Maples, red lights, and then breaks out with a 447, 153. But imagine that. And that should be our last pair of, what was that? Green card dragsters? Is that what we were at for round 2? Yeah. Now we're gonna go into blue no box, aren't we? All right. Door car blues. 7 and 8. Come on down. Door car blues. 7 and 8. You're up next after these no box blues. So y'all should be in that 7 and 8 door car blue. Daryl Goheen is going to start us off in the left for this no box blue. Out of Hayes, Kansas, 705 dial in the 94 Z28 Camaro. And John Moggins. Out of Park City, 72 Camaro, 581 dial in. Greens for the pair to start us off in this no box blue class. And John will move on in the 72 Camaro with a 585 119. Daryl, a 705 94. He just had a blink of an eye, a little late. Steve Hughes, now in the right lane, 679 out of St. Joseph, Missouri. 71 Duster. Going up against Michael Wilson in that sunflower yellow Malibu. And dialed in at a 736. So we'll see Michael Wilson lead first. And we've got greens for both of them as they keep rolling down the track. And Michael Wilson will take the win. I know I just said your name twice for some odd reason. 739, 91 miles an hour for Michael Wilson on his win, and Steve Hughes is 679.
It's better than Mary Hartman, but that's probably way before your time. There used to be a TV show called Mary Hartman.
Fred Kaufman faces off against Ryan Montford. And Fred hits a 25 on a tree, runs dead on with an 8 for the win. Ryan Montford, 007 on the tree, but runs a 6:15 106. The wannabe HMP employee takes out Ryan Montford.
My granddaughters.
Aw.
Cutest thing you're going to see all day right there.
Yep. Justin Jenkins, Nick Siebert. Doesn't matter on the tree because it was close. Almost identical. But Nick Siebert going to take out the Cobalt of Justin Jenkins. Siebert runs dead on with an 8, 95 miles an hour, 21 on the tree. Justin a 6:21 107. Brad Hogue faces off with Tyler Wodorczyk now. Tyler in the right lane, 609 dial in the Vega wagon. And Brad Hogue in the 87 Camaro out of Garnett, Kansas, dialed in at a 692. Green and green for Brad and Tyler. One had a little bit better of a reaction time, and it pays off for him as Brad Hogue runs dead on with a 700 miles an hour, 17,000 package for Brad, as Tyler Wodorczyk, 610 104. Jeremy Longston out of Derby in his 74 Vega wagon in the left lane, 689 dialed in. Going up against Mr. Sid Baldwin in that 2017 Camaro out of Wichita, Kansas, with a 658 dial in. And Jeremy sees red at the start, so Sid will take that red light. Tongue twister. Red light win. 657 101. For Sid on that run, and Jeremy a 591.16. Mark Hogue, 629 dialed in left lane in the 67 Nova, and Troy Ross, 637 dialing out of Manhattan, Kansas in the 69 Nova. Both good drivers, both consistent. Good, should be a good race. And it is. Double breakout win, though, for Troy Ross. 636.106. Troy moves on. Mark, 627.108. Michael Fowler out of Emmett, Kansas. Now the 67 Barracuda left lane, 851 dial in. Going up against Wyatt Wagner in the right lane. Bonner Springs, 66 Chevelle, 631 dial in. 2 second, a little over 2 second head start for Michael Fowler. And he wanted to take more than that. Wyatt Wagner moves on to round number 3 with a 631.07. Michael 854.18 or 85 miles an hour, but red lit. As Jesse Hogan, Chase Nelson line up next to each other. Jesse in the left lane in the Hoagie wagon, 705 dial in, and Chase Nelson working that mullet magic in the right lane with a 629 dial in a 74 Plymouth. Both got double O's on the reaction time, and Chase couldn't hit the brakes fast enough. Brakes out at the top end. He runs a 006, 628, 105. Jesse Hogan, the Hoagie wagon, moving on, 708, 93 miles an hour with a 008 reaction time. As Colton Wheeler will get our bye run. Looks like this round. In our Norbox. No box blue cars. I'm kind of just going to be leaving the cards off. You guys know blue, no green, you know what they are. We good. Colton Wheeler will get some good data on that pass. 18 in the green. Runs it out for 581 with a 6-131. And that completes No Box Blues.
The no box blue. Sounds like
Yep. Oh, yeah, I like that, Tim. The No Box Blues. You ain't seen blues like my No Box has.
no reaching that.
And make sure y'all know, final call for door car blues. Y'all should be in 7 and 8. Final call, door car blues. Should just be in 7 and 8. Waiting your turn. Larry Zebra and Derek Alexander are going to be our first door car blues to this line. Larry in the Pinto, 657 dialed in, going up against Derek Anderson in the pickup, 616. Greens for them both. See if the little Pinto that could keeps on going. Derek Alexander, win light 005 on the tree, 103 miles an hour. Larry a 30 on the tree, 658, 100. Brandon Fonenseal, 717 dialed in the Camaro in the left. Phil Unruh out of McPherson, 623 dial in the right. Little wheels up action by Brandon, a little hop by Phil. And it's gonna be Brandon. Dead on with a 7, 93 miles an hour. Phil, 623, 139. A 19, there we go. Yep, 19 10,000s. That's an extra decimal place than we're used to. 19 10,000s margin of a victory for Brandon on that run. Max Peterson and Dave Boatwright. Boatwright in the right lane, 677 dialed in. And Max 519. Both turned it green. But only one can come back, and it's going to be Max Peterson, 521, 128. Dave Boatwright, a little later on the tree, runs a 680, 100. Chris Livingood is about to go down in the left lane in the 77 Vega, 665 dialing. Tim Nicholson out of Concordia, Missouri, 611 dialing. As they're both slowly making their way to those pre-staged lights. Get your motor running. Head up on the highway. Trying to help motivate Warren in here. I know these long days are fun. And Tim Nicholson hitting the 001 on the tree takes the win with a 612, 109. Chris Livingood, 15 on the tree, 667, 103. Now Gene Livingood in the Chevelle left lane, 759 dialed in. And Matt Kizzer in the Camaro, 553 dialed in. They're both locked in, ready to go. And they're off. Another set of greens. Another set of low numbers. Gene Livingood breaks out at the top end with a 758, 89 miles an hour. Matt Kizzer, 5 on the tree, 554, 124 miles an hour. Moving on to round number 3. Joe Peterson out of Elkhorn, Nebraska in the S10 pickup, right lane, 621 dialing. Going up against Will Crotty in that 75 Monza with a 571 dialing. So a small head start there for Joe. We're going to see greens. And we're going to see a win light for Will Crotty as he runs dead on with a 121 miles an hour, 28 thou package. And Joe Peterson breaks out with a 619, 111. Michael Vitmavas in the 67 GTO in the left lane, 648 on his dial. And Shane Herman in the 68 Chevelle, 556. Go ahead. As Shane Triple Zip takes the win light, dead on with a 6 thou package. Michael breaks out with a 646.
I remember watching some
What
of your
lanes?
shows where there were some freaking unbelievable numbers at one time.
Yeah, when I was in Vegas, a 3-pack got traded. Yeah.
I go, holy cow, how do you like to feel that?
Yeah.
I would miss it by a mile, but
Yeah, that 3-pack.
Wes Cottrell and Russ Ricky getting ready to go to the track. Wes in the left, Russ in the right. And it's going to be Russ moving on as Wes turns hit red at the start. Breakout though for Russ, but he'll still be moving on with his 001 reaction time. All right. Attention in the pits. Dragster Blues. We need you to staging lanes 1 and 2. Dragster Blues. Need you to staging lanes 1 and 2. Mike McDonough lined up next to Ricky Hill and let off the button a pinch too soon, giving Ricky the red light win and moving on. Cody Michael out of Iola, Kansas. In the left lane, 605 dialed in his Monza. Going up against the 93 Lumina of James Kunkel, dialed in at 539. So Dragster Blues be making... Dragster Blues need to be coming lanes 1 and 2. Dragster Blues, lanes 1 and 2. And Cody Michael takes out James Kunkel. 14 on the tree, 606, 130, 13 miles an hour. Kunkel, a 540, 123. Daryl Gear from Excelsior Springs in that Sport Fury is back with a 644 dial in left lane. And Jeremy Smith, a 588 dial in the right lane for that 88 Camaro. Hello. What's up?
So Jeremy Smith, by 0.02 of a second, leaves the starting line too early. It's going to be a red light start for Smith and a win light for Daryl Gear. Gear 643.8 on the 644 at 107, but gets the win. Jeremy Smith 002 red 594 at 110.
Okay.
Logan Diggs and Greg Christensen coming up now. Logan Diggs, Carthage, Missouri, 69 Cutlass. Greg Christensen, right side, Strasburg, Colorado. That is the 73 Vega. 578 dial in right side, 617 on the left. Head start for that Oldsmobile 442. And at the top end, it's going to be a breakout right, win light left. How about a dead zero? 617 0 110 for Logan Diggs. The Cutlass goes on, 18 on the tree. Christensen 2 quick, 576 on the 578 dial in. On the breakout. Gary Stennett, horsepower builder extraordinaire, left side, taking on Chris Cheney. Right side, Claremore, Oklahoma. 71 Nova. Off and running. Here comes Stennett. On the charge, trying to catch him. Finish line says it's Stennett with a 1 over 561.6 for the win at 119. Chris Cheney 2 over 625 at 110 and out of here. Scott Grubb, 69 Camaro for the meteorologist out of Parkville, Missouri. And Glenn Dilday, right side from Sibley, Missouri, for Dilday Automotive, the 70 Nova. Wheels up for Dilday. Camaro alongside. Finish line says Dilday gets there too quick, breaks out by 0.005 of a second. 551.5 on the 552. Scott Grubb, your winner, 587.6. Dead on 6 at 117. We've seen a whole afternoon full of dead on runs, and it keeps on continuing. Jaron Miller and Tyler Banks. Both of these guys went a long way in eliminations last night. Miller out of Lyons, Kansas. 533 for the Corvette. Tyler Banks, the 67 Camaro, right. 548 the dial. So one more pair of no box cars sitting in the water right in front of them, and one more pair of no box cars. Gary Pysick and Wayne Cook. Pysick a 675 dial, Cook a 528. One of them is James Bond Green, but doesn't matter. Win light goes to Gary Pysick on the double breakout. 673.5 gets a win light for Gary Pysick. As Wayne Cook goes 525 on the 528. He was 007 up front to an 021, but Pysick closer to the number, winning by 76 ten-thousandths of a second. That's about a bumper length in dog ears. Dustin Shore, the Oldsmobile, out of Green Valley, Missouri, left side, and Nick Bestien, Osborne, Missouri, right side, 66 Nova, dialed to 554, 603 left for Dustin Shore. Another 00 light, 008 this time around for Nick Bestien, and he goes 555 on the win at 122. That is a 1 over 555. Dustin Shore was 603.3, dead 3, 20 on the tree. Another super tight race down there at the finish line. Margin of victory 56 ten-thousandths of a second. And guess what? From the looks of things, looks like we're going to have a little scraping party out here. So we're going to do a little bit of starting line maintenance here. So we're going to be down for a couple of minutes. Not very long. Doesn't take very long to just skim a layer of rubber off the top here. But we're going to be down for a minute. Take care of starting line maintenance. We've got cars back there in the staging lanes. I'm not sure who and what, but I know we got some of them back there.
It'll be Dragster Blues coming up after.
Dragster Blues coming up next, from what I understand, as we're getting ready for Scrapey. Anybody that wants to volunteer for that, go right ahead. But it's all a part of the necessary operation to make sure our track stays in pristine condition. So sit back and relax. We're going to throw a little music on for a couple minutes, and we'll be back with you once we roll cars out from the tower to finish up round number 2.
It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team. The all-new Traverse is on sale now at Bob McCosh. With this SUV, everybody can ride. The new Traverse is big, bold, and beautiful. And with 310 horsepower, you and your crew will be first on race day. So make a pit stop by Bob McCosh today and take a ride. Chevrolet makes the SUV. Bob McCosh makes the difference. The all-new Chevy Blazer is back at Bob McCosh. This SUV is a unique mix of style, elegance, and performance, pushing over 300 horsepower. This new Blazer puts the sport back in sport utility. So find new roads to Columbia, Missouri. Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference. Stop by Bob McCosh today and see how Chevrolet took the best truck on the road and made it even better. The 2019 Silverado is stronger, bigger, and more advanced than ever. If you're racing or just riding, this Silverado will not let you down. With 420 horsepower, see your savings at BobMcCosh.com. Chevy makes the truck. Bob McCosh makes the difference. It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
Attention racers and crew, attention racers and crew. We have a racer in need. If you have a spare 16 volt battery, I've got a gentleman up here in the tower that would greatly appreciate it. And Clint, why are you grabbing your bag? If you have a spare 16 volt battery, we got a driver up here that could use it, so come to the tower if you do. Thank you very much. All right, all right, all right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, double entry, and greens. No box, double entry, and greens. Start making your way to lanes 4 and 5, please. No box, double entry, and greens. Make your way to lanes 4 and 5. As we're spraying the track, the dragster blues are under the tower, going to be ready to go as soon as they are given the signal. So, no box, double entry, and greens. No box, double entry, and greens. Lanes 4 and 5. Come on down. Engines are roaring underneath the tower here. We're gonna get going on this Dragster Blue round 2 action. So starting us off in our Dragster Blues round number 2 will be John Lobner in the left lane, 471 dial in out of DeSoto, Kansas. And in the right lane, Brian Spillers, 561 dial in from Mexico, Missouri. And there go the burnouts. Alright, as they creep their way up, John Lobner left lane, Brian Spillers right lane. 471 dial left, 561 dial right. And John Lobner turns it red right at the start line. And Brian Spillers will go on to the next round with a 562 122. Red light for John. It still runs out to a 471 with 146. track is dry. Time to get another pair or two in as the sprinkles keep coming and going. Greg Sesti in the Air Motive left lane, 504 dialed in. Going up against Bruce Briscoe out of Pueblo West, Colorado, 528 dial in. Burnouts have been completed. Alright. Bruce is rolling up to the light, and there's Greg in the light. Pre-stage lights on. Bruce locked in. Greg locked in. Couple pair of green lights. Good ones at that. And it's going to be Greg Sesti taking the win light. 006 on the tree, 505, 130 miles an hour. And Bruce Briscoe, a 10 on the tree, but runs a 531, 128. Greg Sesti moving on to the next round. Up next will be Scott Cook versus Tom Williams. Scott in the airmotive left lane, 486 dial against Robbie Gear. Huh. Okay, Scott Cook versus Robbie Gear. Robbie in the right lane, 452 dial. I know some of you guys are wondering what our crew's doing out on after each pass, making sure no sprinkles or anything have appeared. So we are good to keep sending these cars. Out of reverse now. Time to move forward to break the beams. Robbie Gear ready to go. Getting himself that finished comfy part in the seat. So two Missourians going to go at it down the track. Two green lights again. Good lights for both. Double breakout win over to Mr. Scott Cook. Hits a 4 on the tree. Runs out to a 485, 138. Robbie a 20 on the tree. 449, 143. You dragsters sure don't play today.
That's right.
Your reaction times, all of you, have been on point. So Ryan Curran out of McPherson, Kansas, 478 dialed in the right or left lane. Left lane. Ryan's in the left. Tom Williams now out of Leonardville, Kansas, dialed in at 443. Just completed his burnout in the O'Reilly right lane. As they make their way backwards. All right. Attention in the pits. No box double entry in greens. You guys should be in 4 and 5. No box, double entry, and greens should be in lanes 4 and 5. You guys are up next after Dragster Blues. So come on down. Any double entry, no box, and greens. Almost identical off the start for these two, but Ryan's going to break out at top, and Tom Williams runs a 444, 155 miles an hour. Ryan a 477, 142. Up next will be Kyler Hergemuller out of Brighton, Colorado. He'll come up here in our air-motive left lane with a 463 dial in. He'll be facing the Riley right lane, Mr. Carl Jones out of Mullen, Kansas, with a 461 dial in. Okay, here we go. Switch that around. Carl's in the left lane. I was wondering that too as I was looking at that number. Carl's in the left lane. Kyler's in the right lane. 461 dial for Carl. 463 dial for Kyler. So all my double entry, no box, and green, and no box greens. Double entry and no box greens should be in lanes 4 and 5. 4 and 5. Another set of green lights at the start, and it's going to be Kyler Hergemuller going on to the next round. 11 on the tree, 462, 145 miles an hour. Carl Jones breaks out with a 460 flat and a 149 mile an hour. Waiting to do their burnouts in left lane, Brian Cook, and right lane, Joe Goman. John Goman in the right lane with a 509 dial-in out of Wichita, Kansas. Brian Cook, air-motive left lane out of Arnold, Missouri, 514, he says. Cook is going to take the slow way to A to B. But he may still be able to win, and he does.
Wow.
John Goman breaks out at the top end with a 505 on his 509. So Brian Cook rolls his way to the next round. Roger Clark and Victoria Christensen got their burnouts down. Victoria's in the O'Reilly right lane out of Strasburg, Colorado. Dialed in at a 486. And in the air-motive left lane, Roger Clark, 460 dial in Excelsior Springs. Roger Clark gets the red light win and on to the next round. Dead on with a 5-149. Victoria Christensen turns it red and then breaks out at the top end. All right. Attention in the pits. Final call. No box double entries and no box greens to lanes 4 and 5. No box double entry and no box greens. Final call, lanes 4 and 5. Steve Fuller in the O'Reilly right lane out of Rogers, Arkansas. The Carpenter. That's a cool skill. 505 dial-in. Matt Clark, Air Motive left lane out of Kansas City, Missouri. Self-employed. 482 dial-in. Pre-stage locked in. Steve, Matt, both ready for Chief Starter Clint. Small advantage off the start, but doesn't pay off as Matt Clark breaks out at the top end and Steve Fuller moves on, dead on with a 135 mile an hour. Matt Clark breaks out with a 481, 138. In the Air Motive as he does his burnout. Okay, so it looks like Zach Umholtz out of Mulvane in our left lane will get a competition single dialed in at a 489 as Dalton Olson has broken. Bummer. So Zach Holtz. Getting set to move up here. Oh, Zach turns on the first set. And now the second set. And he'll move on. As Brock Hill now and Austin Sharp get into the water box. Burnouts are complete. Brock Hill and the Air Motive left lane, 494 dialed in. Austin Sharp out of Fort Calhoun, Nebraska, 475 dial in. As we're going to keep moving on these dragster blues. And we've already done final call for no box double entry in greens. Double breakout win goes over to Mr. Austin Sharp. Triple zip light. 474, 143. Brock Hill, a 492 to his 494, 139. All right, here we go. Larry Piper, left lane, 459 dialed in out of Wamego, Kansas. Going up against Mr. Bob Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas, dialed in out of 486. Be able to start moving here. It looks like at a little faster pace. Copy. And Bob Fuller breaks out at the top end, and Larry Piper will move on with his 006 on the tree, 462, 143 miles an hour. All right. Attention in the pits. Door card double entry. Door card double entry. Door card greens. Door card double entry. Door card greens. Come on down to lanes 7 and 8. It's your turn. Door card double entry and door card greens. Come on down. Todd Piper now in the air motive left lane, 470 dialed in. Chris Edson, 5 flat is what he says. He's locked in, ready to go. Todd wiggles his light on. And another pair of greens across the board. And it's going to be Chris Edson going with the win, dead on with a 9-130. Todd Piper breaks out top end with a 469-144. So double entry door cars and door card greens. You need to be coming to lane 7 and 8. As Isaac Hill now in the left lane, 492 dialed in on his dragster, going up against Jeremy Lurkey with a 599 dial in. Lurkey. Thank you, Warren. So second head start off the line for Jeremy. And Jeremy will see that win light as Isaac turns it red at the start. 005 on the tree for Jeremy, 597, 131. Isaac in the red at the tree, and then 490, 140. Nate Tilson and Danielle Miller now line up next to each other. Danielle and the O'Reilly right lane. For some reason, I want to combine O'Reilly and Automotive and go Automotive. So Danielle Miller in the right lane, 489. Dial in up against Nate Tilson out of Kansas City, Missouri, 457 dial in. And Nate turns it red. Danielle moves on. 34 on the tree, 488 with the double breakout at the top end, 141 for Danielle. But Nate turns it red at the start and then breaks out with a 456, 151. Carson Wheeler out of Wichita, Kansas in the air-motive left lane, 453 dialed in. And Kendra Larson from Glenwood, Minnesota, 463 dialed in the Riley right lane. Couple of greens. And Carson with the win light. Runs a 454, 148 on his 453 dial. And Kendra, 466, 148. Carson moves on. Kyle Seacrest out of Norman, Oklahoma. Dialed in at 470. Troy Ross, he wants to go 487 out of Manhattan, Kansas. As they're wondering who's going to stage first. Kyle gets in, Troy follows. These two are taking each other very seriously. One got a slight better reaction time. We'll see if it pays off in the top end, and it does. Kyle Seacrest takes out Troy Ross. He runs dead on 11th thou package, because that's his reaction time, at 142 miles an hour. Troy Ross runs dead on with a 2, but hit a 24 on the tree. Jeremy Maples from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, right lane, 446 dialed in. Cody Moore, he's dialed in at a 476 from Collinsville, Oklahoma. As they inch their ways forward for the beams. More green lights. It's what we like to see. Cody Moore breaks out, giving the win over to Jeremy Maples. He tapped the brakes just in time. 003 on the tree. 448, 150 for Jeremy. Move it on. Cody Moore breaks out with a 475, 139. O'Reilly right lane has Tim Halberg in it from Chaplin, Minnesota. He wants to go 479. As Steve Beatty out of Wichita, Kansas, says 499. So 2/10 second difference between launches. And Tim Halberg, red lights at the start. Then runs a 478, 143. Steve Beanie, 18 on the tree, dead on with a 119 thou package at 138 miles an hour. Kendall Umholtz from DeSoto, Kansas, dialed in at a 455 in the air-motive left lane, going up against Chris Whitfield out of Littleton, Colorado, dialed in at a 470. As they're creeping their way up to get that first beam lit up. There we go. Left lane locked. Right lane locked in. Another set of greens. Close reaction time. So anyone's track. And Kendall is going to run dead on with a 151 for the win. 15 thou package. Chris runs dead on with a 6, 143, but the 19 on the tree came into play. Kaylee Umholtz in the O'Reilly right lane from Mulvane, Kansas, dialed in at 479. Tony Fuller out of Little Flock, Arkansas, 499, dialed in. What's up? Copy. Good start for this race, and it was a good one. Kaylee Umholtz, 001 on the tree, runs out to a 481.41 victory over Tony Fuller in a 5:03.133. All right. Attention in the pits. Last and final call for my door car green and door car doubles. Last and final call for 7 and 8. Dragster double entries and dragster green. Dragster double entry and dragster greens. You need to start making your way to lanes 7 and 8. Dragster double entry and dragster green. Come on down to lanes 7 and 8 as Eric Nazarenas from Westminster, Colorado runs his dial of 5 flat with a 5,000 package. Way to go, Eric Nazarenas, on your buy run. You'll be moving on. As
Run of the whole session, and it's all by.
and Dragster Blues are done.
Hey, round 2 is done, right?
And that means, as Warren reminds me, round 2 is in the books for the shootout. So on to round number 3. No box, double entry and green cars out on the track right now. Daryl Goheen versus Josh Peterson. Daryl left lane 704 dial. Josh Peterson 668 dial. Both have great lights. And Josh Peterson with the 001 light gets the win with a 673.96 miles an hour. Daryl 18 on the tree is 708.94. As Trevor Ruge out of Topeka, Kansas, dials in at a 627 in the 85 Camaro Aeromotive left lane. And John Moggins, 72 Camaro out of Park City. Trevor breaks out with a 626.107. John moves on with a 582.126. Justin Jenkins, 619 dialing in that 08 Cobalt left lane, going up against Wyatt Wagner out of Bonner Springs, 631 on his dial in the 66 Chevelle. Wagner turns it red at the start, so Justin Jenkins going on next round. 004 on the tree, runs a 618, 109 on the top end. Wyatt runs it through with a 658, 80 miles an hour. Jarrett Stedman and Colton Wheeler now have pulled up to the line. I can't even think of the word. Colton in the right lane, 582. Dialed in. Jared Stedman, 629. As the no box car count gets lower and lower. Actually, all of you do. 2 down, 1 back. And who's going to be between? Greens for the pair. And Colton Wheeler going on. James Bond, the tree, 583, 126. Jared, 630, 109. All right. Attention in the pits. Dragsters that are double enter dragsters and dragster green cards. You guys need to be in staging lanes 7 and 8. Come on down. JR wants you down there. So come on down. Dragster double enters and dragster greens to lanes 7 and 8. Please and thank yous. As our last period, no box. Comes up. Fred Kaufman and Chase Nelson both turned it green. 738 dial in for Fred, Chase, and 628. And Chase Nelson, using that little bit of mullet magic, is going to take the win light and go on to the next round with a 631-104. As Fred Kaufman, 15 on the tree, 741.92. And we're going into dual cars. Starting those off in the left lane, Will Crotty out of Belton, Missouri in the 75 Monza, and Matt Driscoll from Wellsville, 618 dial in the S10. Will Crotty turns it red at the start, so Matt Driscoll, when he came back down from his wheelie, we'll see he got the win light. Runs it through with a 617.109. Crotty of 571.122. The Chevette is back. 642 dialed in with Rick Huffman in air motive left lane. And Terry Edwards in the right lane, 612 in the S10 pickup. Both of them turn it green, which is what we like to see. Win light over to Terry Edwards, running dead on with a 710 miles an hour, 21 thou package. Rick Huffman in the Chevette, dead on with the 7102, but the 25 on the tree. Gotcha. As Shane Herman lines up in the right lane with a 554 dialed in on his 68 Chevelle, and Bob Gilmore in the 90 Camaro out of Arc City wants to go 586. Away you go. Shane breaks out at the top end. He had a little slower light, but makes up and breaks out the top end, giving that win over to Bob Gilmore, who runs dead on with a 10 thou package. 116. Shane 552, 124. Carl Jones 561 dialed in the left air motive lane, going up against the Huckus Puckus Malibu of Steve Livingood, who says 626. Carl jumps the gun on the tree, so Living Good moves on to another round with a 627.108. Carl Jones 563.137, but 3 red. Max Peterson now on the left and Alan Butler in the right. Alan in the 92 Camaro says 621 is my dial. Max says 520 in my 92 Grand Prix. Both drivers locked in. Both get green lights. One had a slightly better light than the other, and it pays off for him as Max Pearson dead on with a 7 package. 7th package for Max Peterson at 128. Alan Butler 41 on the light, runs it out to a 622.109. Gary Stinnett in the air motive left lane, 559 dialed in out of Emporia, Kansas in the 67 Chevy, and Kurt Huffman in his 55 Bel Air dialed in at a 618. Ooh, Kurt Huffman gets a 003 on the tree and breaks out at the top end with a 617.112. And Gary Stennett keep his day going with a 561.23. Frank Duran now in a 62 Impala, dialed in at a 622. Going up against Dwayne Ross, dialed in at a 639. Dwayne Ross breaks out at the top end, and Frank Duran, and that Impala is going to keep going. Dead on with a 5-111. 12 thou package. Moving on, Frank Duran. And I'm going to take a quick little break here, and we're going to call up you guys in a second. What lanes? So, and I'll get lanes, and Warren will tell you about the dragsters. And this is it's a door car having to run a dragster.
Oh, that's why.
I can't remember his name. Dang it.
Ron Evans.
Yep, that's Ron Evans. No relation.
Ron Evans over here on the right, Greg Sesty left. So we're getting down to numbers where we got to cross over people to get them to run. And the 400s breakout for Evans as he goes 583, 4 on the 587 was 004 on the tree. Greg Sesty on the safe side, 504 on the 03 dial at 130. Wind light goes to the dragster. As we move right back into dragsters, Jerry McGraw left, Bruce Briscoe right. We need no box blue to lanes 10 and 11. No box blue to lanes 10 and 11. McGraw left side out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Dial to 448. He'll be chasing down Bruce Briscoe's 531 dialed dragster over here on the right-hand side. Both drivers get in, let go and head for the other end. One of them is 00. Not sure if you can tell, but the wind light tells the tale as the 531 with an 8 at 123 coupled up with a 003. That is 11 total for Bruce Briscoe. Jerry McGraw 1 over 449, and behind, leaving second, Briscoe goes on. Jeremy Smith and Kyler Hergemuller. There, your next pair. Jeremy left side out of Edmond, Oklahoma, the Amarine Racing undercover car. Stennett Automotive Power behind the driver. Kyler Hergemuller brings his multi-hued blue dragster into the beams out of Brighton, Colorado. 462, the dial in right side, 469 left. 0.07 of a second spot on the tree. Neither driver wanting to move forward. And, you know, since we've lost 6 hours today, this is exactly what we need. Jeremy Smith for the win, 470 at 142. He was 13 on the tree. Hergemuller was 23 on the tree, goes 3 over 465 at 142. Here's Todd Knight, the 10 Soldier, coming up left side out of Belton, Missouri. And Victoria Christensen on the right from Strasburg, Colorado. 470 the dial in left side, 485 on the right. No box, blue, to lanes 10 and 11, please. No box, blue, lanes 10 and 11. At the finish line, it's going to be Victoria moving on, 486 at 140. Her number was safe. Todd Knight was 006 on the tree, but got down there and broke out by 6 thousandths of a second. Took a bunch more than that, but the 6th thou breakout ends Todd's day here in round number 3. Victoria going on. Don Fries for Innovative Print Marketing out of Omaha. Alongside the the backlotcars.com dragster of Robbie Gear out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri. Robbie Gear goes on to the next round with the win light. 452 at 140. That's 2 over on the 450 dial in. Don Fries 505.9 on a 507 on the breakout. Gear gets to go on. Cody Moore comes up now alongside Colin Cole. Moore from Collinsville, Oklahoma. TNT chassis machine. Colin Cole, the Lincoln, Nebraska young man, 21 years old according to the computer. 473 the dial in right side, 475 the dial in left side. Both of them leave early. One of them way early as Colin Cole dumps the button way too early. Cody Moore wins on the True Start red light 008 red, 473 at 145. Colin Cole, reaction time started with a 1. Not sure what happened there. 471 at 146 for Cole. Must have just flinched. Roger Huff and Chris Whitfield coming up now. Whitfield, 12 total. 003 plus a dead 9, that's 12 total. Roger's little shorty car was dead 0 at the finish line. 482.0 on the 482, but didn't let go fast enough. Win light for Chris Whitfield to go on to the next round. Final call for No Box Blue to 10 and 11. We need you now. Can't run until you get up here. No Box Blue, 10 and 11. We need you now. This is your final, last and final. No more calls, last call, final call. So it looks like a couple of cars that have cycled back through here with their second entries. Isaac Hill left side, Carson Wheeler on the right. Hill, Mount Vernon, Missouri. Big block Chevy powered dragster on the left. Dial to 489. That's the number up on the Aeromotive scoreboard. O'Reilly side of the track. Carson Wheeler from Wichita. Dial to 453. We are staged and ready, and away we go. Carson. How about Carson? Didn't have enough in the box. 8th thou too early. Isaac Hill picking up the win light here. 489. Another dead on run. We've seen a whole slew of those. 489.9 this time around at 140. Carson Wheeler, red light start and a 2 quick. 451 on the 453 dial. So on behalf of everybody involved here at Heartland Motorsports Park, we want to thank each and every one of you for participating in this year's inaugural House of Speed Shootout. For all of you coming out, we appreciate you spending your weekend. We know we've had a couple of times throughout the weekend that have been tests of your patience. Mother Nature has decided to make it a little bit tough on us from time to time, but we've managed to get through it. We're moving right along here. And for each and every one of you, a huge thank you for being a part of this first of hopefully many, many years with our event. Thank you very much. We're happy to have you a part of it. We know you had plenty of choices this weekend, and the fact that you chose to participate with us, we thank you very much. Hey, door cars. Blue category door cars, we need you to lanes 4 and 5. Blue category door cars, we need you as quick as you can get up here to lanes 4 and 5. We're going to be moving through cars pretty quick here as we keep cutting the field in half. So door car blues to the lanes 4 and 5, please. Once again, blue category door cars to lanes 4 and 5. We need you now. And with our door cars rolling in right now, we got Michael Wilson left side from Wamego, Kansas. And Nick Siebert, also from Wamego. Wonder if they are next door neighbors or anything like that. Somehow I don't think so. .738 left side for Wilson, 681 for Siebert. Can that old Skylark get him tracked down? We'll soon find out. Siebert better on the tree. Siebert better on the track. Siebert your winner. 683 at 94 miles an hour. Siebert advances. Michael Wilson, 7:39 on the 7:38. That was closer, but the reaction timer tells a different tale, and by 98 ten-thousandths of a second, it's going to be Siebert coming back. Fred Kaufman, Sid Baldwin making their way down track right now. Baldwin is better on the tree, but goes red. Fred Kaufman gets the win light. 7:41 at 90 miles an hour. Sid Baldwin, too quick, 6:55. Tossing away that 009 green light start. Brad Hogue from Garnett, Kansas, and Troy Ross. How about another 009 light this time? It is Troy Ross getting the job done. 9 on the tree, dead 5 at the stripe, 14,000 for Troy Ross to go on to the next round. Brad Hogg was behind at the starting line, tried to catch up, still broke out by 2 and did not get there. Troy Ross will advance. Jesse Hogue comes up now. The Hoagie Wagon, I think that's what she called it. And John Moggins, the Camaro. It's going to be the Camaro getting the job done with a dead 7 run, 581.7 at 121. The Hoagie Wagon gave up a bunch at the starting line and couldn't get there. 7:03.9 on the 7:04, but it wouldn't have mattered as there wasn't enough of a window to sneak in there for Hogue. Colton Wheeler climbs out of the dragster, climbs into the Thunderbird. 86 Thunderbird left side with a 582 on the window. Wyatt Wagner dialed in a 6:30. The young racer out of Bonner Springs, Kansas, for Wagner's Classic Cars, trying to go 6:30. Really likes this right-hand lane.